Good morning, people. How are you? Happy Friday. What's up, Tech Lady? Good to see you. Happy joining. Folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than TikTok, make sure that you speak. I can't see you when you join. I would love to say hello. Good morning, David. What's up, Birdie D? Willie Young, Jose. Good morning. How are you? Good morning, Sharon. Hey, One. What's up, Lachelle, Conchita, Gemini? Good to see you as well. What's up, Polly? Good morning, Hallie. Good morning. Gemini, I appreciate you sending me the link. Good morning, Carmen. Good to see you as well. What's up, Nader? What's up, Conchita? Hey, Lavonda. Hello, Tina Noel. Mahmoud, good morning. Salam. What's up, Neuro Mama? Hey, Penny GF. How is everyone? Y'all good? Hey, Farah. No, you're good, Gemini. You're really good. And I put up a video about it, and then I second guessed myself just because I don't want TikTok to like take any negative action whatsoever. So I took the video down, and then I'll redo it, but with a different clip in it. The video that I did post on TikTok though is up on Facebook. So good morning, Left of Center. Yeah, waiting for more snow. Yeah, girl, I'm tired of the snow. I'm tired of the cold. I'm tired of all of it. Oh, that reminds me. Over here, I do have a video that I want to show. So TikTok isn't working for you this morning. That sucks, Kathy. What's up, Witch? Good morning. Right, Conchita. I decided this would be I thought this would be the photo that I chose this morning. Yeah. Yeah, you're over the snow as well. 100%. 100%. Good morning, Rachel. What's up, 5077? Hey, St. Bart. How is everyone? Good morning, Cam. Good morning, Lilia. Good to see you all. Hey, Audra. No going back. Good morning. What's up, Red Hot? What's up, Sunflower Fish? Okay, folks. So listen, we got a lot to talk about today. Hey, Audra. What's up, St. Bart? I think I said hello to you already. I want to talk about something, and yeah, give me once over here. I need to do something real quick. That's what I want. All right, so I wanna talk about something. It's like romper room. Yeah, I know. What's up, Phoenix folks? I saw you. Good morning. Hopefully it is warmer there. I believe I saw you say that it is. And so if you are watching me somewhere else other than TikTok, I have posted something that is my response to this viral video that everybody's talking about, or it's a video that other people are going to make viral that wasn't originally viral, right? And I want to talk about it for a minute. So many of you have already seen or probably heard already that yesterday, what's up, Zoe? Yesterday or last night, Donald Trump on his Truth Social account posted a video that was made by, at least the video is attributed to, it says at the bottom, Patriot News outlet or something to that effect. How many of you all are familiar? Cam, yeah, I've seen it. So let me tell you one of the reasons and my thoughts about this. And I made a video about it, but I took it down off of TikTok to re-edit and put up because I didn't want TikTok to ding me because I used the actual image from the video. So in the video, toward at the very end of the video, there's a clip that pops up like a little image of Michelle and Barack Obama depicted as apes, as monkeys, gorillas, whatever, not gorillas, but as monkeys or apes, right? And the video that's playing at that time is in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. And then it goes back. Yeah, Cam, it's not a problem to watch it. Stop for a second. Settle the fuck down, you all, because this is what they want. And I'm going to tell you my thoughts about this video. Okay. I think it's strategic. I think it's, no, y'all, his hood has been off for forever. His hood has been off for forever. This is not about that. I want you all to listen to me for a second because the reaction, which is why I'm glad I took the video down. Listen to me. The reaction that they want is the reaction that you guys are giving them right now. They want people to spread alaikum salam Muhammad OS. They want people to spread the video. Why? The reason is because the entire first part of the video is about the 2020 election. And it's about them. Yeah, but Storm Rider, listen, let me just, I need for you all to just listen for a moment. This is not the first dehumanizing thing that has come from Donald Trump. He literally calls a woman, he called a woman reporter a piggy. Come on, you all, stop for a moment. Just listen. This is why we lose all the time, because they want this reaction and they want you all to focus on this shit. Yeah, it all matters, but some things matter more than others right now. I just want to be clear. This is not even a distraction. You all listen, this is intentional to carry the video further. Listen for a second. Good morning, Melody. Hey, Neuro Mama. All right, follow me. If they had just put up a regular ass video claiming that something was wrong with Dominion voting machines, if they had just put that up, that by itself, would anybody be paying attention? Would anybody be paying attention to the video? No. Why? Because we've already, Dominion voting machines has already won their case in court. Dominion voting machines has already said, and the courts have already said, there's nothing wrong with what happened in this election. They never claimed fraud in the actual election. They claimed certain election rules weren't followed, but they never claimed actual voting fraud in the court systems in 2020. And so the only way they can get this information out to as many people as possible is to sprinkle a little racism on it and let the liberals do it for them. I want to be clear, okay? Follow me? What's up, Don Juan? All they want to do, because this video, who's paying attention to some organization or some video from Patriot News? No damn body. No damn body. Ain't nobody paying attention to them folks. And in order to elevate that video, in order to get that video shared, in order to elevate it and make it be seen, they just sprinkle a little racism on it. And then they let the liberals do it for them. That's it. As soon as I saw it. So let me tell you why. And now you know why I didn't want it shared, Gemini. Exactly. So listen, when I was scrolling, because I scrolled through his Truth Social, I even went to the Wayback Machine and scrolled through his Truth Social. And there were some things that were posted that were deleted, right? But this was not one of them. And I was like, why, when I'm scrolling through Truth Social, am I not just finding this thing about the Obamas? Why is it not just like right there, right? And it's because it's at the end of this 1 minute clip. So then it became important for me to know what came ahead of that, right? What was before that? Good morning, Rob. And when I realized that what they did was put a bunch of election misinformation and disinformation, right? My name is not Sweetie. What matters? My name is Dani. Please don't call me Sweetie. And no, we're not going to move on because this is important. So when the president of the United States is using his administrative power to continue to spread misinformation about our election system and about our 2020 election, then I can't move on. I must address the information and the misinformation and disinformation that is coming from the actions taken by the current administration. Because addressing that information is going to impact the 2026 election. So when the president of the United States moves on past the 2020 election that he lost, I will move on from it as well. But until then, no, I will continue to talk about facts. I will continue to read depositions and court documents and all of the legitimate information about that election. That's what will happen. Well, you still don't know my name, right? So that's fine. You can stay here, but you'll be muted. Actually, you can't stay here. So let me be clear, folks. I'm going to ask you like one time to address me respectfully and by my name. And if you can't do that, you'll get the fuck out of my live. Why? Because it's my space. Not because you matter, not because you trigger me, not because what you're saying is right. And it's just because you don't know how to behave like a grown-ass adult. We teach this to our children. Our children go to school. And when people are in class and teachers introduce them and they say, hey, what's your name? He says, my name is Archie, but I prefer to be called Ron. Great. Hey, Ron, how you doing? If you can't follow basic fucking manners, you don't deserve to stay in my presence and in my space. That's it. That's not asking a lot. That's it. My grandchildren have better manners than some of the adults on social media. And then you wonder what is wrong with the world that we live in. You all are. It is not the kids. It is not the kids. The kids are not what's wrong with this country. Just to be clear, it's the damn adults. Yeah, kids know about empathy and compassion. Kids know about telling the truth and not lies. Kids know about being respectful. Kids are not the problem. It's the damn adults. Am I a man? I don't know. You'll never know, Andrew. Why do they think that that's a thing? Like they send bots to my page all the time going, are you a man or a woman? You will never ever have the privilege of finding out. And it's a fucking privilege, by the way. It's a privilege to find out. You will never know. Why? Are you interested, beloved? Are you interested, beloved? Because I'm not. Good morning, Sandra. It's crazy. So, right, Mindy B, they are obsessed with genitals, 100%. Crazy. So, anyway, we're going to talk about a couple of things. And I thought it was very, very, very important to go back. So I have a lot of depositions and transcripts pulled up to talk to you all about today. Okay. Good morning, Sammy J. Good morning. All right. All right. So I want to be clear about, I'm going to say it one more time before we move on. Okay. I want to say it one more time before I move on. Okay. The video that everybody is talking about, right? Where there's that clip of Barack and Michelle portrayed as monkeys, right? The thing about that particular clip, and the reason why I believe this absolutely matters, is it's not about, but Chef Ryan, listen to me. This is my point about it. Number one, there should be absolutely no surprise. If you're looking at the e-files and the emails, Scooby, don't spam my comments. Like it's just so folks, if you're new here, let me give you four guidelines for being in this space. Number one, be respectful. Number two, don't use slurs of any kind. Number three, Don't spam the comments, which means don't say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, right? And number 4, do not type in all caps, because all caps are used for my moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. So those are 4 simple guidelines. That's all you got to do. Okay. Other than that, you'll be just fine. Now, yeah, Barack Obama is actually not a Muslim. However, many people are, Jerry Brown, and I don't know. I think the Constitution says some shit about freedom of religion. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. All right. So let me keep going. Good morning, Deborah. So this is the part that's really important. Okay. So when you talk about this video is made by some obscure group of people called the Patriot News. Would anybody be paying attention to this video? Good morning, Patricia. Right? And if it weren't for this clip, no one would care about this 1-minute video if they had not included this little racist trope of Michelle and Barack Obama. And so all they did, folks, was sprinkle a little racism on it and then let the liberals do the heavy lifting for them. That's it. Hello, Tim Ratliff. So stop sharing the link to the video. The focus of this video, if you really want to do something, if you really want to talk about something that is significant, don't talk about this little 1-second clip of Barack and Michelle Obama. No, talk about the fact that the president of the United States is still living in the past, like literally living 6 years ago in an election that he lost. And an election that 60 some different judges said, yeah, no, you lost, right? This is about, all they want to do right now, you all, is spread as much misinformation and disinformation as they can. That's all they want to do. And they are using whatever liberals will jump on. That's all I've seen from liberals everywhere is, can we call him racist now? Who gives a fuck if you call him racist? Folks, listen, if there was ever, if it mattered at all, if it mattered to people that voted, whether or not Donald Trump was racist, he would have never won any election ever. If it mattered to people whether or not he was a womanizer or whether he committed SA, he would have never been elected ever, anytime. Period. Period. Listen. Right. Literally, this is not difficult. This is not difficult to understand. And all they're doing is they're using the same things that they know will rile up people. Now, Sandra, he's not pissed about. So listen, I need for y'all to understand. Number one, Donald Trump did not make the video. Donald Trump did not make this video. They might very well claim he didn't watch the end of it. They can say whatever they want to say. That the point that Michelle and Barack Obama are not even the focus of the fucking video. The focus is spreading misinformation about the election. That's the focus. And by spreading the video, you are contributing to the misinformation. That's it. So I don't know that people understand this. So Mindy B, I disagree. When you say they voted for him because he's racist and sexist, I disagree with that as well. Folks, can I just say this to you all? The majority of people that voted for Donald Trump are not overtly racist. And the majority of them do not agree with overt racism. What they don't know the difference between, what they have not unpacked is the differences between overt and covert racism. They haven't unpacked those things. The vast majority, and let me tell you how, listen, I am from Northeast Tennessee. When there was an individual who came at me literally with the N-word, threatening me, my mother, threatening literally our lives, all the things, right? Okay. And I took screenshots of all of those messages, being called a half-bred Heinz 57 dog, being called the N-word, being called half white trash, all of those things. And I put all of those things into a document and sent it to the DA's office. And the DA's office held a grand jury. Everyone in my grand jury, you all, was white. And this is Northeast Tennessee, where the population is 95% white. And they still indicted because offensive, overt racism is not cool. And they're not for it. And they haven't unpacked the 50, 60, 70 years of covert racism and embedded racism and systemic racism that exists. Gern, I'm going to go ahead and let you come on up to the panel. Wesley, nobody asked anybody to indict freedom of speech. Share me where you heard that. Nowhere, Wesley, because it's not a thing. It's not a thing. Gern, I invited you to the panel. Gern, would you like to please come on up to the panel? Gemini, you know we don't talk to Kenneth in here. You know that we do not talk to Kenneth in this space. I don't know why you are talking to Kenneth. We don't talk to Kenneth in here. Kenneth lost the privilege of participating. You're right. And I am discriminating against you, Kenneth. I am. Because you already had an opportunity to engage with me in a respectful manner. You don't do that. So you are correct. This is the beautiful thing about having your own live. I get to choose if you get to be in my space or not. And I get to choose whether or not I engage with you. And this is the level. This is it. You see this? Hang on to this last sentence right here. Hang on to this last sentence. Okay, you ready? Kenneth, this is the last fucking thing I'm saying to you. And nobody else is going to talk to you in here. So you can sit in here and listen, or you can go somewhere else. That's the only option you have. Done. Good morning, Nance. So the reality is this, right? Good morning, Tim. All right. So listen, folks, what is incredibly important about this video is that you focus on the misinformation and disinformation. That's what's important. You are correct, Audra. Sure will be. Sure will be. You are correct. So let's talk about things. So number one, what's really important for people to understand, appreciate you, Miss Lulu, about the 315,000 votes in Georgia. So there is a difference between election fraud and, well, Dawn, if you believe that what I'm saying is disinformation, then you are free to leave my live. Yeah, you're free to go somewhere else. That's all you got to do. Good morning, Anika. Or is it Annika? It looks like an Annika, but I'm not sure, girl. Anyway, I'm saying hello, and I wish I was saying your name properly, but it's okay. Good morning, Joan. Where the fuck you been? Where have you been, Joan? All right. So I want to talk about a couple of things so that people understand. Yeah, girl, we've missed you. Um, so so I want to make a distinction between election rules, like the practices, the rules, and the guidelines that each state has for how it handles an election versus election fraud, because they are not the same thing. And a really good person who made this distinction and talked about this was former Attorney General Bill Barr, right? Okay. And former Attorney General Bill Barr, hey Amy, good morning, had a conversation, and he made this in his when he was interviewed, right, during the whole investigation around January 6th. Bill Barr made this distinction, and he said he had to go over this with the president at least 3 times, right? At least 3 times he had to go over this information with the president so that he understood the difference between actual voter fraud and and the rules of an election. Okay, so what a lot of people want to know is this. All right, so let's talk about how this works. So let's just say that because we have 50 different states. So I'm going to give you an example, guys. Is if I am in Georgia, the state of Georgia has laws that says you cannot wear anything to vote that is partisan. So if you go to vote, you can't wear a shirt with your candidate's name on it or with your candidate's slogan on it or anything like that. You cannot show up at a polling place within I believe it's like 100 yards with hat anything like, so that's Georgia's law. Other states don't have that law. Okay, so I'm giving you not law, but yeah, well, in Georgia it's a law, but there's actually rules too, right? So there are laws and then there are rules about elections. So in some states they have elections where the rules are they will have one person that represents the Republican Party and one person that represents the Democratic Party to be watchers, right? They just stand in polling locations and they watch. And those are guidelines. There's not a rule that those people have to be there. It's just a guideline. It's I mean, it's not a law that they have to be there. It's just what the rules are for how this particular state conducts its election. Now, let's just say that somebody says, well, listen, you're not going to be able, we're not going to have watchers, right? Or our watcher wasn't allowed. That is not an accusation of voter fraud. That is an accusation that you didn't follow your rules. And there's a difference. Hello, Elaine's. There's a difference between you didn't follow your rules and there are actual claims of voter fraud. And I'm going to read to you guys, as Bill Barr was talking about this when he was interviewed. And I want you to keep in mind that in hey, Jim. Yeah. So it's important for people to understand the difference and the distinction between those two things, and understanding that not following a rule or a process, right? Oh, hold on, let me move that over. Is not the same thing as voter fraud. All right. So let me pull this out here. All right. So. Okay, so this is Bill Barr. You ready? And this interview was done in the summer of 2022. Okay. So he says elections are controlled by the states, and the states are responsible for policing and enforcing the election rules in the first instance. The department's role is that it is limited to investigating and prosecuting actual fraud, like voting fraud, which is different than just complaints about the fairness of the process or that the rules were not followed. And there was this basic dichotomy that appeared very early on, where the allegations that were being raised were more in the nature of people violating election rules, not specific allegations of fraud. So, for example, saying, quote, our observers were excluded, or, quote, there was harvesting going on, right? Those are things. And he said, and I could go into this because I had to educate the president on this, about this, on at least 3 occasions, that those kinds of issues are for the campaign lawyers to raise with the state, and they're to be dealt with in the courts and through the state process. They're not the business of the Department of Justice. And they might increase the opportunity for fraud, but they are not actual allegations of fraud. And in order for us to take something seriously, we needed to get a specific and credible allegation of actual fraud, meaning that people who were not eligible to vote, such as dead people and so forth, their votes were being cast and counted, or that legitimate votes were not being counted, some scheme whereby that was occurring, right? Well, I told you was going to earn your way here. So, Wesley, I'm inviting you to the panel, and you can join the panel before I ask you to leave, sir. So, make your choice. And while Wesley decides what he wants to do with himself this morning, I'm going to continue to read. And my understanding of the department's approach prior to the 2020 election was that in the Justice Manual, which I understood to say U.S. attorneys had discretion to conduct preliminary assessments of claims of voting fraud, but if they were going to embark on a full-fledged investigation, they should consult with the Public Integrity Section. Now, the thing that is amazing is that the Public Integrity Section, right, is actually the department that Jack Smith used to belong to prior to going to the Hague, right? Jack Smith used to belong to that section. And he says, so what could happen is that the U.S. attorneys across the country, right? The U.S. attorneys across the country have the ability to conduct preliminary assessments of any claims of voter fraud. But if they wanted to do a full-fledged investigation, what they did was they went straight to the Public Integrity Section. And the reason they would need to do that, especially in this case, is because one of the candidates was also the incumbent president. And so in order to avoid any appearance of impropriety, in order to avoid any appearance of something not being correct or using administrative power to interfere in election, you needed to make sure that you conducted yourself with in alliance with the Public Integrity Section. Okay. And he says, so over time, that had sort of hardened into many offices feeling that the Public Integrity Section had to approve the investigation. But that's not what the Justice Manual said, in my understanding of it. And a longtime career employee in the Public Integrity Section had adopted this notion that all investigations should be deferred until after an election is certified. I disagreed with that approach. So this is Bill Barr telling you, I did not think that we have to wait until an election has been certified before we can investigate. He said, my opinion was we could, at our own discretion, we could, in good faith, do any types of investigations that we needed to do. And we could do that prior to the election being certified, right? Some of you all don't learn because you don't shut up. Some of you all don't learn because you don't shut up. You're too busy chatting wrong information to hear anything. But that's okay. Osmosis, I hope, will work in your case. It is, Nance. It definitely is. Good morning, Nikki. Good morning. I think I said hi. Well, maybe I didn't. Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Gladys. Good morning, Lori. Good morning, Nikki. And Nance. Okay, so here we go. So here's what he said. What they did was Bill Barr actually put out a memorandum saying that U.S. attorneys had the discretion to conduct investigations into these things, and that if something more were needed, then they would proceed with that, right? Then they would go to the public integrity section, but they could do a preliminary assessment, a preliminary investigation right off top, which is what they did. Now, I want to clarify something. So when we go back and we talk about rules, and then we talk about processes, and then we talk about actual results. So I'm gonna just give it to you in a way that I think is very simple. So let's just say that you work in a factory. Okay, how many of you guys, if you've ever worked in a factory or on a product line or a service line, right? Tell me if you've ever done that, or you know somebody who has. Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever worked on a product line or a service line or something like that. Put a 1 in the comments. Good morning, Georgia. Gotcha. Me too. So let's just say that we work in a packaging facility, all of us together, and we each have our part to play in getting this product out. Okay. And so let's just say down here, somebody's role is to take the product and put it on the conveyor belt. And then the next person's job is to take the product and put it into, and I know a lot of this is automated now, but just go with me. And then they put it into the plastic wrapper. And then the next person's job is to inspect the plastic wrapper. And then the third person's job is to check for all of it to be sealed. And the last person's job is to get the product and sign off and say, yep, all of this is received, and it goes out the door, right? If the last person on that line doesn't sign a piece of paper that says, I got the product, it doesn't make the product invalid. It doesn't make the problem, it doesn't make the product non-existent, right? It doesn't mean anything except one person didn't sign off on this thing. That's it. And so when you have different processes like that, and you think about now, today things are automated. But let's just say that someone doesn't sign a piece of paper. That doesn't mean that 315,000 votes that were cast by US citizens don't count. You don't take away the rights of 300,000 American citizens to vote because somebody missed a step in the process. Missing a step on the back end doesn't negate someone's legal right to vote. So that's not a thing. And I'm handling, so let me just tell you something, folks. If you put out like blatantly fake information, you're going to get blocked immediately. Papa Johnny, I know this is hard for you, but that's not the law, and my name's not Honey. That's not the law, and my name's not Honey. But you have a great day. You can start your weekend early because you are no longer in my live. So just so someone understands this, okay? Yeah, I just am letting people start their weekends early today. I give 0 fucks. Okay? So just because, and this is not hard to understand. If you resist this, what's up, DeBoss? If you have pushback against this, I'm going to encourage you to think about why you do. Because this is not a difficult thing to understand. Let me tell you how wild y'all are. When ICE accidentally arrests or deports American citizens, the humans make mistakes shit is cool. Y'all are okay with inadvertent mistakes being made by ICE where they deport citizens. But when somebody mistakenly doesn't sign a document, that's not okay. That's not an okay mistake. I'm just saying, right? Just sit back and think about the things that you're saying. Think about the things that you're saying. 300,000 Americans vote. They cast their ballot, and then it goes through a process. And there are human beings that have to then take those boxes of the ballots. They have to stack them over here. Somebody has to sign and say, yep, we got these, and whatever, whatever. And so someone misses to sign one group. And you think the voice of those 300,000 Americans shouldn't matter? That's what you think? You think that somehow, no, you don't. I mean, and I don't really think you even think that. I just think that your prejudice, and when I say prejudice, I don't mean racial. Listen, when I say prejudice, I mean your prejudgment, your own biases, right? They won't let you. It's a good thing I don't listen to the media, Toast. Good morning. Right? If the only people that get to make mistakes are the people that are in the administration you support, that's a problem. If the only people that get to make mistakes are the people that belong to your political party, that's a problem. Mistakes happen, period, right? Mistakes happen. And so what you have to then analyze is, okay, is that a mistake in a process, in an electoral process, or is that fraud? And so what we know is that it was not fraud. And as a matter of fact, what we also know is that the Trump campaign lawyers never claimed election fraud in court. I want to be clear and I want to say that again. The Trump campaign, the actual campaign's lawyers never claimed election fraud in court. Never. So here's what happened. Bill Stepien, who was the campaign attorney at the time, stood in a court in Arizona and admitted that they lost. And that's when Rudy Giuliani was appointed November the 14th of 2020. I'm going to give you the day. November the 14th of 2020. That is when Rudy Giuliani became the lawyer on behalf of the campaign. Not before that. And so here we go. Y'all don't talk to the trolls, please. So I'm going to go on and finish this. So let me show you this. All right. So listen. So at the top of page 10 of Bill Barr's transcript, here's what he says. Actually, I'm going to back up to page 9. All right. So here we go. Oh, wait. I'm going to finish where I was. So listen, bottom of page 8, here's what it says. So right out of the box on election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud underway. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell, before there was actually any potential of looking at evidence. Okay. He claimed there was major fraud. And I'm reading the words of Bill Barr. And it seemed to be based on the dynamic that at the end of the evening, a lot of Democratic votes came in, which changed the vote counts in certain states. And that seemed to be the basis for this broad claim that there was major fraud. And I didn't think much of that because people had been talking for weeks and everyone understood for weeks that was going to be what happened on election night, because not only in many of the battleground states are some of the Democratic cities that tend to come in at the end of the night, and therefore there is usually a drop of a lot of Democratic votes at the end of the cycle, but you had that exacerbated here because a number of states didn't count the absentee votes until election day. And since those votes were overwhelmingly Democratic votes, that magnified this issue of a lot of Democratic votes coming in at the end. So I want you to understand, this is the Attorney General telling you that for weeks, they understood what this was going to be like. And I can go and I can show you testimony from Bill Sepien, who was the campaign attorney. He said the same thing. Do you know he was actually frustrated? He was actually frustrated because other people like Sidney Powell and General Flynn and Rudy Giuliani and these outside people, he was frustrated with those people saying we shouldn't have mail-in voting because he felt like we could actually take advantage, that they could have actually taken advantage of. User, we're talking about 2020. I'm not sure what year you're in, but we are talking about 2020. And Kamala Harris didn't run for president. She wasn't on the ballot in 2020 for the president of the United States. Okay, so let me keep going. Good morning, Vonda. Good morning, happy girl. All right. Buenos dias, Mr. Barrios. All right, so check it out. So here's the thing. When I'm just saying, the boss. All right, so he is telling you that for weeks ahead, they understood that this is what was going to happen. So I want you all to remember where we were at this point in 2020. At this point in 2020, we are in the middle of COVID. We are in the middle of C-19. And from a Democratic campaign perspective, they didn't have a huge ground game. I don't know how long I've been on. Not quite an hour, Julia J. 45 minutes. So in 2020, the Democratic Party did not have a huge ground game. Why? Because we were telling people to stay the fuck home and social distance. We were saying, listen, there's a global pandemic, people. We want to limit contact with people. So we're not having a huge door knocking campaign where we are compromising people and exposing people to germs. Okay. So because they did not have, the Democratic campaign didn't have a huge ground game, Trump's campaign, this dude right here, Bill Sepien, who is above General Flynn in this picture. Okay. So because of that, this is what he said. He said, listen, we should take advantage of this because our campaign is everywhere. We're knocking on doors. We are talking to people. We have a field campaign. We have a field organizing campaign. And so what we should do is we should get our people to mail in their ballots. And he was very frustrated with the anti-mail-in ballot rhetoric that was coming from other people outside the campaign, because he felt like that was a way that they could actually get ahead and make some groundwork, make some gains. Does that make sense? Democratic Party is not having a heavy ground game. They're not going out knocking doors. They're not doing that, right? Because they want people to social distance and stay the fuck at home and away from each other. Trump's campaign, they are in the field. They are knocking doors. They are talking to people. And so their campaign attorney, their campaign manager felt like we should capitalize on this and we should get as many of our people as possible to vote by mail. But they didn't want that. They wanted a massive turnout on election day because it looks better. Okay. So what Bill Barr is saying, right, is listen, we knew it was going to be this way for weeks. We knew that it was going to be, there were a lot of battleground states that weren't counting their absentee ballots until that night. So there was going to be a surge in numbers at the end of the night, right? So because that happened, here we go. You ready? So then Bill Barr goes on to say this. He said, so everyone understood that the dynamic of election night in many states would be whether or not the Democratic votes at the end of the day would overcome the election day votes. So that didn't impress me much or disturb me, that particular pattern. And I was in the posture of trying to figure out, there was an avalanche of all of these allegations of fraud that had built up over a number of days. And it was like playing whack-a-mole, because something would come up one day and then the next day it would be another issue. And he said, and I was trying to filter out what are the big instances of fraud allegations that people are relying on to claim that the election was stolen by fraud, right? And then I tried to get my arms around those, what I consider to be the big ticket items that were being relied upon. And I thought it was very important that I do that under these circumstances, because I felt I couldn't intelligently engage with the president or Congress until I understood what the claims were. And I think if we were in a situation where no one was looking, and there were so many specific claims being made in very confident tones about Dominion voting machines and so forth, he said, if the department had been in the posture of throwing up our hands and saying, we don't have a view and we're not going to look into anything until after the election is certified, I don't know where we would be today, frankly. And he said, I think in order for the department and for me to play a constructive role in this, it was important that I get my bearings as to these various allegations that were being made. And he said it wasn't too long after the election, I would say within 2 weeks, I had a very skeptical view of the claim that fraud was involved and would affect the outcome of the election. He said, first, there was a big gap. At least 3 states would have had to be flipped. And the gaps were such that had never been really made up before. Also, I was influenced by the fact that all the early claims that I understood were completely bogus and silly and usually based on complete misinformation. And so I didn't consider the quality of claims right out of the box to give me any, feeling that there was any really substance there. I also was influenced by the fact that at the end of the day, Trump's lawyers did not go into court and actually claim fraud. They were claiming violations of the rules. I'm going to read that part again. I was also influenced by the fact at the end of the day, Trump's lawyers did not go into court and actually claim fraud. They were claiming violation of the rules. And there might be some cases where some fraud claim slipped in, but generally speaking, the public rhetoric did not match what they were saying in court. So it is really important for people to understand that what they were doing at that time was putting out a shit ton of allegations all over the place, using social media and then mainstream media to amplify them. But when they were actually stepping foot in court, they were not claiming fraud in court. They were claiming, oh, these rules weren't followed. If I were someone that has been believing for 6 years now that the election in 2020 was stolen, and I was learning that they never even argued fraud in court, I would be really fucking pissed. Like, you all should be, because they are literally playing you the okie doke. Do y'all understand that? They are making fools of you. They are using you. manipulating you. Do you not understand? You should be offended. And a lot of the time, they are using your religion, your faith, your patriotism for their benefit, and they are laughing all the way to the fucking bank while y'all suffer. And your SNAP benefits get taken away, and you lose your Medicaid benefits. You are literally losing upon losing upon losing upon losing. And they are buying their 4th, 5th, and 6th fucking yacht. Some of y'all are still sitting around waiting for your box of cereal that you paid $25 for, or your gold tennis shoes, and ain't gonna get none of it. Meanwhile, that joker making billions. I'm just like, this is just like, folks, the truth is rarely as exciting. Yeah, he had cereal, Deb. Yes. Listen, grifters gonna grift. Whatever the fuck they could sell people, NFTs, tennis shoes, watches, cereals, blasphemous Bibles. And if you say, oh, Dani, the Bible's not blasphemous, it is. If you put the Constitution in the Bible, it is 100% blasphemous. And it's the same shit he's done his whole life, y'all. From Trump steaks to Trump planes to Trump vodka. This has been the business model his entire life. It's to take a product, usually made by someone else, put his money on it and make money. Put his name on it and make money. That's the business model. I mean, real talk, you all. But the reality is this. So, do you know the lawyers that lost their licenses? Those were not campaign lawyers. Those were not his campaign lawyers. I mean, with the exception of Rudy, but Rudy wasn't the original campaign lawyer. So I want to show you all. Let me find Bill's. Not her. I have a ton of depositions pulled up to talk to you about today and interviews to pull up. So Bill Stepien, if you are not familiar, Bill Stepien was the campaign manager for the Trump campaign for the last 4 months of the campaign. Okay. And when he talks about this, it's really wild. So let me bring you up. I don't need his history. I don't think you guys care about what his history is. But I want to get to the part where he talks about like the actual campaign itself. Okay. So when he took over the Trump campaign in 2020, okay, there was 115 days left for him to run the campaign. And so he said there were only certain things he believed he could fix at that time, coming in as the campaign manager. He said, and to me, in that role was the campaign budget, making sure the campaign had a hard, firm control over the dollars that it had and the dollars it was spending. He said, spent reorganizing the campaign and making sure that internally we were operating at max efficiency. And he said, also, I care a lot about numbers, and it was spent reorganizing the campaign's data. He said, I'm a numbers guy, so I brought in more numbers people. We added pollsters to the campaign. I added a data scientist, at least one data scientist to the campaign. And I began speaking and communicating and enhancing their role with the campaign because I wanted a very, very clear view as to where the campaign stood on any particular day pertaining to numbers. And so here's the question. How did the budgeting, the stuff that you were focused on fixing, how did that relate to the need for data scientists and the messaging that was coming out of the campaign at all? And so they're like, wait. And so his attorney pops in and says, I'm a little unclear as to what you're asking. And so the questioner asks again, let me just start over and maybe I'll just do it a different way. When you're talking about getting a clear view of the numbers and the data and bringing in data scientists and pollsters, could you be a little bit more specific about what you were trying to get a picture of? And the answer is, he says, sure. This is Donald Trump's campaign manager from 2020. He says, sure. He said, most campaigns' largest line item on their budget is media and monies they're spending on it, largely for a presidential campaign, TV, right? I wanted to make sure that we were spending the campaign's dollars, which were in shorter supply than I think most people realized. But I soon realized I wanted to make sure that we were spending the campaign's dollars efficiently and wisely and in the places that made the most sense for areas of greatest need. And I also wanted to make sure that we were understanding, as those dollars were spent, were they positively impacting the campaign? Add additional pollsters, additional data scientists were all part of that analysis. He said, and additional pollsters. All right. And what does success look like? Like, I mean, when you're talking about data and you're making sure you're in the right place, what do you look for in the numbers? And he says, well, obviously, you're looking at more than just top line Trump versus Biden numbers nationally. Those aren't really applicable in a presidential campaign. You look at certain states, certain media markets, looking at the before and the after of a TV buy. So when they are purchasing, when they call it a TV buy, they are purchasing advertising for that TV. And he says, so looking at certain cross sections of different demographic types, if you released a television ad that intended to speak to a suburban woman, you'd want to be digging into the numbers in a certain amount of time after that ad to see if you had moved or improved your standing among that intended population. And the infusion of data scientists and pollsters that I brought in were a key part of that. Listen to this, he says. I just didn't think the campaign was making data-driven decisions, at least to my liking, prior to me taking over as manager. So those additions that I had made. Question, is part of that engagement with the campaign itself? So in other words, you send out, or the campaign sends out a message or an ad, and then people contact the campaign, volunteer, whatever it might be, contribute. Is that part of the success that the data scientists and all the posters and folks on the campaign are looking at? And he says, I was focused mostly on the TV side of the operation. He said, I mean, there was an entire digital team, and this is important for you to understand. The digital team was run by somebody completely different. His name is Brad Parscale. Brad Parscale was the digital dude, not Bill Seppian, okay? And he said, I understand a TV ad. I understand how it's made and all the things. He said, so I was focused on that. He said, and I'll let Brad handle the digital side. And he said, the campaign had, it was 3.5 years underway by the time I took over. Understand what he's saying, you all. You might say, well, wait a minute. If you took over 115 days before the election, right? How was the campaign 3.5 years behind? Because they never stopped campaigning. They were campaigning the entire time Joe Biden was the president of the United States. Give me a second. Okay, I wanted to just double check that chat over there for y'all. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm going to go back. And what page does this take me to? This takes me down into it a while. Where's Bill Barr again? That's Charlie Kirk. I don't know if you all know that Charlie Kirk was was interviewed by in reference to January 6th, but he was. I don't know. Do you all know that he was actually interviewed? Did y'all know that about Charlie Kirk? If you don't know, yeah, he was. And what you may not know is that, and some of you guys have been with me for a while. Yeah, so Charlie Kirk was interviewed on May the 24th of 2022. And it was specifically about January 6th. And so it was a team of investigators and attorneys that were there. So there was investigative counsel. There was a financial investigator that was there. Yeah, Nick Fuentes too. Yep. And but I think the thing that's important, I don't put them two on the same level, Lisa. I do not put them two on the same level. Okay. So he was there and he had his attorneys there. So Joshua Levy was there, Jeff Neiman was there, Julia Andonian was there. And so when you understand that, so for example, the Publix heiress actually offered $3 million for Charlie Kirk to put into the Turning Point USA bank account for January 6th. That's a real number. That's a real thing. She ended up spending over $1 million and some odd dollars, but there was a conversation, like these are actually written text messages that are in here where the heiress to Publix offered, because she wanted him to use that money to get the kids within Turning Point USA to come out for January 6th. Like that's a real thing. But things that I really want people to hear me say, hey, the landings. So what I really want people to understand about this is that Donald Trump's campaign lawyers in 2020 never went into court and argued election fraud. They went into court and they alleged that rules weren't followed and that, certain things weren't done, right? But that wasn't the major, generally speaking, that was not the major claim. Okay? And I want to read for you all something that occurred. Her dumbass. Sorry, I said that out loud. It's because I looked at Sidney Powell's name. And so that's my immediate response. I look at Sidney Powell's transcript and I immediately go, dumbass. Like that's just my, sorry, but it came straight out. She is, but it just, ugh, okay, I don't want to do that one out here. Okay, so there's a gentleman by the name of Eric Hirschman. How many of you all are familiar with the Eric Hirschman name, or you know who Eric Hirschman is? If you've been with me for quite a while, I know that you do. Yeah, can we call him our guy? Yeah, we call him our guy because in this case we love him. Now, don't get me wrong. In regular life, he's a fixer. He's a shitbag. But and in this case, when it came to going against the Constitution and attempting a coup, he was not down with that shit. And he was the dude working his hardest to get shit under control. Both of them can be true and they are true. Aeronautical, exactly. And Eric Hirschman was like, what the fuck is going on? So I really do feel like, because I could read a lot of different transcripts to you all. I could. I really feel like his is probably one of the most compelling to give you an idea of what was happening in the White House between election day of 2020 and January 6th, 2021. So are you guys cool with hearing from Eric Hirschman? Yeah, 100%, 2409. Yeah. Um, so to give you an idea, okay, so Eric Hirschman, like he represented Trump in his first impeachment trial, right? But he's also like he was making 3.3 million at Casawatts Benson. That's the firm that he worked for before so when Trump got impeached in his first term, Hirschman was his attorney. And then he joined the White House. And it's just really wild. But give me a second. I need to go back to this other piece. Bum, 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 ba, 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 ba. I get excited about these things. And I'll tell you why I get excited about these things is because they're actual transcripts from like the people's mouths themselves. You can watch the video of them saying this. And when you read many different videos and transcripts and court documents, and you're able to connect the dots, it's a really crazy. Right. The bar is really low that Eric Hirschman gets to be the good guy. You are correct. You are correct. That's a great way to put it. I don't know who you are, but fucking yeah, that's a great way to put it. When Eric Hirschman gets to be the good guy, the bar is really low. That was perfect. Yes. Because Eric Hirschman was friends with Jared Kushner. That's how he became that's how he got involved with Donald Trump, was because of Jared Kushner, right? um so and he became, this title that he had was like senior advisor to the president. However, the description, his job description, was pretty hazy. Like there was no um yeah, like it was just like, what do you do exactly? And nobody really knew. And to my mind, I immediately think like Michael Clayton. That's what I think about. The George Clooney movie. He's the fixer dude, where you have a title, but it's not really what you do. I'm just saying, right? So, senior advisor to the president was his title, but nobody really had this job description to know what he did. And during, let me tell you how most of you all will know who he is. Are you ready? So, in the January 6th hearings, right? He's the guy. Do you remember the video where there's a guy and they're asking him about when did he discover John Eastman's theory that Vice President Mike Pence could just choose not to certify the election? And he said yes, he'd become aware of it. And when they asked him what did he say to John Eastman, what did he say about it? And he said, I asked him if he was out of his fucking mind. Like, that's Eric Hirschman. That's the dude. And so if you all remember him, he was like, are you crazy? Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, what? Like, that's who Eric Hirschman was. And so when people saw his video, then people were like, okay, I want to know. And so for me, I was like, okay, this dude is very blunt and I love it. So I'm going to share with you all his transcript. So buckle up, get yourself some popcorn, whatever you need to do. But the reason why this is important is because if you truly care about having accurate information to understand what was happening in 2020 around the election, these depositions are important. These depositions are incredibly important. Because holy shit. And all right. So let me go back up here to it. And let me see, I'll share over here so you all can see that I'm actually reading from a real document. You're out of popcorn. You might want to go ahead and get you some more. Do I need a break before I get rolling? I actually fueled up, the boss. I've got a Red Bull and a whole thing of water. I think I'm good. All right. And DeBoss has been here for the reading of some of this. It is actually amazing. I will let you do a really quick mod announcement before we get rolling. Okay. What does my sweatshirt say? It says unsubscribe. Not to me, but the bullshit. So absolutely subscribe to me and then unsubscribe from the bullshit. I put this shirt on specifically after I watched the video today that everybody is talking about that Trump posted that included the images of I know I'm going to get one, Cam, but so I put this on because, and I said it at the beginning and I'm going to say it again. Are you ready? Listen. When this video that everybody is up in arms about, that includes this image of Barack and Michelle Obama, and it portrays them as monkeys or apes, right? And everybody's up in arms about, oh my God, the president posted this racist thing. So let me just say, this is not the first racist thing that's ever come from Donald Trump's social media. So no one should be surprised, number one. Number two, if anybody actually gave a fuck about his racist tendencies and racist ideology, guess what? He would have never been elected president to start with. Okay. But the most important part of this is stop sharing the video. And the reason you should stop sharing the video is because that little 1 second clip is at the end of a 1 minute video that spreads disinformation about the 2020 election. And they, in my opinion, they sprinkled a little bit of racism in it so that liberals would do their fucking job, so that liberals would do the job for them and spread everything. Yeah, it was on purpose. It's on purpose because nobody's watching this fucking video. Nobody's watching it until what? Until Donald Trump posts it and it's got a little racist bit in there. And they don't give a fuck if somebody gets mad about him saying something racist because this is not the first time. It's a survivable incident. We are way past the days where the president sharing something questionable or blatantly racist matters. We are past those fucking days. He's never been held accountable for them before. He is not going to be held accountable for them now. It is a survivable act. And so for them, that makes it worth it. What is worth it is to spread the misinformation. I have heard everything that Joe Biden said. I even wrote an article on it. I sure have. So just so that everyone understands, okay, the purpose of the racism in the video, in my opinion, is to get people to talk about it, to watch it, and to spread it. Because unfortunately, we live in a society where things travel the fastest when they have a negative connotation. And liberals talk about Donald Trump and spread Donald Trump shit more than anybody else. Let me say that for you again. Liberals spread Donald Trump's bullshit more than anybody else. You talk about him more than anybody else. You spread his bullshit more than anybody else. If the fucking Democratic Party had stopped talking about Donald Trump and just stuck to issues, we would have a different president right now. Just saying. So let's do the document now. You ready? Democrats didn't lose because of their policies. Democrats lost because they didn't talk about their policies enough, and they didn't talk about the things that their policies did. Listen, if people in Republican-led states actually understood that the majority of the infrastructure shit happening in their states came from the Joe Biden bill, Joe Biden's administration, that Congress, the Republican Party would have never had a hope in hell. If people understood the jobs that were created, the plants and the manufacturing facilities that had gotten money from the Infrastructure Act, if they knew about their roads and their bridges and their trains, their rails, if they knew that all of that shit was coming from the Biden Infrastructure Act, right? There wasn't fraud. But if you want to talk about it, feel free to join the panel. But you won't. But join the panel, use your I'm going to say your whole ass name so you know who I'm talking about. 117-601-768-1922. And we're not going to talk about illegitimate businesses. Can we talk about the members of Congress that got PP loans and had them forgiven? If you're going to talk to me about businesses getting PPP loans, I'm going to need you to start with fucking members of Congress or mega churches with their millions upon millions of dollars. I'm just going to be very fucking clear, folks. If you're going to talk to me about fraud, I'm going to need you to start with rich corporations fucking first, or miss me with it. If a mom and pop shop stole $100,000, that's horrible. I think it's gross, right? And I'm sure that they are being held accountable for it. And if you're not talking about Joel Osteen's fucking ass with the hundreds of thousands of dollars that he got, I don't want to hear it. Miss me with it. Miss me with it. Listen, I am game. I am game for this conversation. You want to talk to me about Medicaid, fraud in Minnesota? We can do that as soon as you go talk about Amy. Does not. Go talk about the white woman in Minnesota who actually organized the Somali individuals and actually made the fraud happen. Because that investigation has been going on for years, by the way. Listen, I just want y'all to understand that by the time the DOJ gets a conviction, an indictment, or a settlement, the DOJ has been investigating something for at least 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. They don't do shit fast. So anyway, back to Eric Hirschman. That's how you know they don't want you to talk about something, and when they want to try to distract you. When they want to try to get you off track. Let's do it. All right. Good morning. This is a transcribed interview of Eric Hirschman. My name is Redacted. I am a senior investigative counsel for the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. I'm also of counsel to the vice chair of the committee, Representative Liz Cheney. We'll do introductions here. And so they do these introductions. It's Eric Hirschman, and then let me see if I can list who all the people are. So Eric Hirschman had Daniel R. Benson there, who's an attorney. Jonathan Gonzalez was there, and Kasowitz Benson Torres LLP. So Kasowitz Benson attorneys were who was there to represent Eric Hirschman at this investigation or this interview. Okay. So here we go. Mr. Hirschman, as you know, this is a transcribed interview. So we have an official reporter who will be making a transcript of the interview. That's the document that I'm reading right now. In addition, this virtual interview is being recorded. The reporter's transcript constitutes the official record of the proceeding, and you or your counsel will be given an opportunity to review that before it's finalized, if you so wish. But it is possible that the committee will choose at some point to also make use of the video and audio recording. As you know, since you're an experienced attorney, it's important that you wait until we complete each question before you begin your answer. That's for the benefit of the court reporter so that they don't have multiple people talking at the same time. Obviously, as you know, if you don't understand a question, please say that so that we can clarify it. If you are not under oath because you are appearing here voluntarily. But as I'm sure you know, it is unlawful to knowingly make a false statement to Congress, and doing so could be a violation of 18 USC 1001. I just want to pause for a moment here and interject and say, I'm not sure if y'all saw Hillary Clinton come for Donald Trump this morning, but she did. Hillary woke up and chose violence this morning. It was a beautiful thing to see. She said, let's stop playing games. I want a public fucking hearing. Let's go. We've already testified before your committee, but let's get at it. I said, y'all don't want none. See, listen, I just need y'all to remember Hillary's a fucking attorney and she's smarter than Bill and she's a badass. So fuck around if you want to. Hillary said, let's get it. Stop playing games. That part right there is a quote. Stop playing games. She said, let's go. Let's get it. Made me kind of happy this morning. Appreciate you, Sandy. She is very smart. Yeah. Listen, if Hillary Clinton had not fallen in love with Bill Clinton, this country would be different. And don't get me wrong. I know the fuck shit Hillary has done. I'm not missing any of that. What I will say is she was on a track. Hillary Clinton would have been the first female president for this country. And it would have been a whole lot sooner than 2016 if she had not derailed her career for him. Matter of fact, them damn years when Bill Clinton was the president, that shit would have been Hillary. Anyway, had to do a little sidebar for Hillary, but here we go. You may refuse to answer a question only if it's necessary to preserve a privilege that is recognized by the Select Committee. If you refuse to answer a question based on that privilege, the staff may either proceed with the deposition or seek a ruling from the chair on the objection. If the chair overrules such an objection, you will be required to answer the question. If you need to consult with Mr. Benson, that's his attorney, at any time, don't hesitate to say so. We would be happy to accommodate any breaks. Because you're not in the same room, because this was done via WebEx, you can just make sure you turn off your video and your audio if you want to call him. And also, if you just need a rest break or a lunch break, we can accommodate that as well. Do you have any questions before we begin? Answer no. So from this point forward, when I'm reading this transcript, if I say question, that is a question coming from the investigator to Eric Hirschman. When I say answer, that is Eric Hirschman's answer to the interviewer. Got it? All right. Question. As I said earlier, Mr. Hirschman, you're appearing here voluntarily. This is not pursuant to a subpoena, but we did send Mr. Benson, your attorney, a list of issues for which we wanted you to check to see if you had any records responsive to the request. Did you, in fact, have an opportunity to search for any responsive records? Answer. I did. Question. Okay. And you have not produced anything to the committee. Is that correct? Answer. That's correct. Question. Okay. When you worked at the White House, did you have a White House email account? Answer. Yes. Question. And as far as you know, are all of those emails with the National Archives? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you also have a personal email account? Answer. Yes. Question. Okay. And was that, I won't say the full email address on the record for privacy concerns, but was it a Gmail account? Answer. Yes, it was. Question. Do you still have access to that account? Answer. I have access to it, but I don't really use it, except I think like government forms, for travel. I have, in particular, a COVID form. Otherwise, I don't use that email address predominantly for anything. And question. Okay. Did you use that email address during the time period of interest to us, which is generally from November 3rd, 2020, election day, up until January 20th, 2021? Answer. Yes. Question. And have you had a chance to review that Gmail account to see if you had anything responsive to our request? Answer. I did. Question. And as you said earlier, you didn't find anything. Do you have a general either practice, listen to this, of deleting your emails or setting on your Gmail that deletes them after a certain number of days? Answer. I don't know if general is the right term, but I do routinely delete emails over the course of my career. And that's what I presume I've done here. Question. Did you have any other personal email addresses during that time period? Answer. Not at all related to maybe family, but not related at all to anything for work. Question. Okay. Did you have an email account with the Trump campaign? Answer. No. Question. When you worked at the White House, did you have a White House issued phone? Answer. Yes. Question. Do you know if it had text capability on it? Answer. I don't remember. Question. As a matter of practice, did you send and receive texts from your White House issued phone? Answer. I just don't remember. I presume I sent texts, but I just don't remember. Answer. Okay. Answer. When I came on board, there was not exactly listen, this is his answer. When I came on board, there was not exactly a lot of onboard training. Question. Okay. Did you turn in that phone to somebody at the White House when you left? Answer. I did. Question. Did you also have a personal phone? Answer. Yes. Question. And did you send or receive texts from that phone? Answer. I believe so. Yes. Question. Did you check to see whether you have any text messages responsive to our requests on that phone? Answer. I did. Question. Okay. And again, you didn't have anything? Did you have a setting on your phone to delete things after a certain amount of time? Answer. I don't remember if I had a setting or not. I don't back up text messages at all. I don't think I ever have. And I know I got a new phone, but I didn't do a lot of texting. Answer. Okay. Answer. Question. Okay. Answer that I recall. Question. So when you got a new phone, do you recall whether you transferred your texts over from your old phone? Answer. I would be surprised if I did transfer my text from my old phone because I never backed up texts beforehand. So I don't know how I would do it. Question. Did you ever send or receive text messages with President Trump either while he was in office or afterwards? Answer. No, I don't believe so. Question. Okay. Do you know whether or when President Trump was in office, whether he sent and received text messages? Answer. I never saw him doing that. Question. And do you know whether he carried a cell phone with him? Answer. I don't remember him with a cell phone. At least when I was with him, I just don't recall that. So can I just pause and tell y'all something? Things that you should learn and things that you could learn from Eric Hirschman. Have an automatic setting on your emails and your text messages to delete shit. If you are doing something that could be questionable or you associate with people that do shit that could be questionable. Because how do people get caught? People get caught by going in and deleting text messages or emails within a particular window. But his ass just didn't have shit in general, right? So he had a practice, a well-established practice. So that means what? Give me a second. Okay. Next. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Yeah, he's not new to this, Cam. He's true to this 100%. Connie, I don't know what you're talking about. Good morning, Deb. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway, what's up, Muhammad OS? Danny Speed typing? Yes. Just saying. You said that liberals spread Donald Trump's words. So, no, Connie, that's not what I said. Here's what I said. What I said is that the liberals as a whole ass group, not just you, Connie, not you specifically, and not every liberal, but liberals as a general group of people talk about Donald Trump all the time and talk about all the things that he does all the time. That's what I said. Yeah. They give him free advertising all the time. So, no, nobody's got to, Connie. That's the beautiful thing. Nobody's got to. People would just talk about the shit that actually like is impactful, like, and the things that actually matter. Like, people should stop talking about, I don't know, whether or not he fell asleep in court or whether or not he wears a diaper. I literally don't give a fuck. I don't care if he farted, right? People don't have to do that. People could actually be talking about real things that impact the regular people in this country, and then we would have a different country. So, like right now, what's going to happen today, mainstream media and liberal content creators everywhere are going to spend the whole fucking day talking about whether or not Donald Trump is racist because of the Barack and Michelle Obama image that was in the video that he posted, where they are depicted as apes. And guess what should happen instead? People should talk about the president of the United States putting out a video, sharing a video that still claims election fraud when he was indicted for committing election fraud, for interfering in an election, right? That what they should talk about is the fact that the president of the United States is still talking about an election that happened 6 fucking years ago almost, and that the courts already said there was no fraud. Instead of using this opportunity to talk about the massive amount of evidence that is out there that shows Joe Biden won the 2020 election, they will focus on this random ass, small ass shit, which doesn't matter. But it'll get them a lot of views. It'll get them a lot of views. It'll get them a lot of shares. It'll get them up, but they won't talk about these things. This is an opportunity. Every time they say something that says there was massive fraud in 2020, that is an opportunity to bring out the plethora of evidence, the stacks upon stacks upon stacks upon stacks of facts that show there wasn't fraud in 2020. There was no outcome determinative fraud in 2020. His campaign lawyers never argued that in court. They argued rules weren't followed. That's it. Just saying. Back to this transcript. Question. Do you know what his practice was if he wanted to make a phone call? Would he have somebody with him place a call on their device? And I'm sure the answer may depend on whether he was in the Oval Office versus traveling or somewhere else. Answer. I don't remember. Well, I'm trying to think if I remember him making a phone call at any point outside of the Oval Office when I was there. But it would normally be yelling out to whoever was in the outer oval to get, for example, somebody on the phone, right? Question. And just for the record, that never happened. Answer. I'm sorry, I was using you as an example. I apologize, whoever it was. Question. Just to be clear. Answer. It would be, I don't remember any specific details as much as it being get so-and-so on the phone. And then somebody would either say, here comes so-and-so, or if they were unable to reach them and left a message or something. Question. When you worked at the White House, Did you have a practice of keeping either? Eric Hirschman, listen, he might be dirt, he might be whatever, but that joker's smart as fuck. Listen to this question. When you worked at the White House, did you have a practice of keeping either handwritten or electronic notes? Answer, no. I didn't keep any notes. Hand or handwritten. Nope. I didn't keep any notes or handwritten. Question. You didn't even have like a notepad you would carry around or anything like that? Answer. I didn't have that. I know other people did, but that's not my practice at all. He said, that's not my practice at all. Again, you got to look at who Eric Hirschman is and who he has represented and what type of yeah, smart as fuck. He said that is not my practice at all. Question. Okay, so changing topics here. You have a long, very distinguished career. We're short on time today, so I won't make you summarize the whole thing, but maybe you could start with when you first began a professional or personal relationship with President Trump, whether that was representing him as outside counsel or in any other capacity before he became president. Answer. Well, I had no involvement with him professionally at all beforehand. I didn't work on any matters with the president when I was at the firm at Kasowitz, Benson, and Torres, at that time, Friedman, but I didn't work on any of his matters. So Eric Hirschman was an attorney with Kasowitz, Benson, and Torres when they had Trump's cases, but during that time, he didn't work on any of his cases. Question, but the firm did represent him, either him or his companies. Is that correct? Answer, to the best of my knowledge, without getting into background too much, I ran a publicly traded company while I was still a partner and managed my partnership and maintained my partnership interest at Kasowitz. So I was not in the firm for years at a time. So in other words, he was running a publicly traded company, but he still kept his interest in the partnership. When you're a partner at a law firm, you pay to be in that partnership, right? And so he's saying, I maintained my partnership, but I wasn't actually practicing with it, right? And he says, okay, so question. How did you first become involved with President Trump? Answer. The first, by way of quick background, David Friedman was my law partner. David Friedman was nominated to be ambassador to Israel. I took David through his nomination and confirmation process. So at that time would be at some point during that time is where I would have had interactions with President Trump, not in detail. And then before impeachment, I had some interactions with him, but I don't remember the details of those. And then I obviously represented him in the first impeachment. Question, okay. And then how did it come about that you end up working in the White House? Answer, I think there were discussions. Well, like the president asked me to. I had discussions with Bill Barr, and there were discussions originally when I took David Friedman through his confirmation, whether I would go to work in the State Department, which I declined to do. And then I had discussions about whether, people wanted me to join the DOJ. And at the end, the decision was made with the president and others that it would make sense for me to work in the White House, and they thought I could help. Now, I want you to think back for just a moment to the very intense questioning that GOP members of Congress had for Jack Smith about how he obtained his position of special counsel, and about this idea that he had, talked to a friend of his that was with the DOJ. And then that friend had said, hey, would you consider coming to work for the DOJ? And he said if it was the right position. And so they ended up offering him the position of special counsel. You remember how intense they made that sound, like if it was something so wrong with that process. But here what we hear is that David Friedman took one person through their confirmation hearings who was nominated to be the ambassador for Israel. And then we hear that that Eric Hirschman then became the impeachment attorney for Donald Trump during his first term. And it was during that time that he talked to Bill Barr, who was the attorney general at the time, right? And they said, hey, would you consider coming to the DOJ? Would you take a position with the State Department? Like, where could we plug you in where you could be beneficial, where it might make sense, where you could have an impact? And they ultimately decided that was this senior special counsel, a senior advisor to the president with a very loose, fluid job description, right? And so he says, question. So when did you start working at the White House? Answer. I don't remember the exact date. I believe it was in the beginning. Question. August of 2020. Answer. Right. Question. And what was your position? Answer. Senior advisor to the president and assistant to the president. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. If I'm a senior advisor to the president and then I'm an assistant to the president, what does that mean? Why do I need to be both? That law firm has a lot to do with a lot, 2409. That law firm has a lot to do with a lot. Yeah, he's a fixer. That's what Eric Hirschman is, folks. So anyway, he says, okay, here's the question. Okay, and what were your responsibilities? Listen to how he describes his job description. Predominantly legal advice on different matters, and as I was assigned for different things to be involved with. I don't think there was any specific portfolio. That's his job description, y'all. Listen. Question. And what were your responsibilities? Answer. Predominantly legal advice on different matters. And as I was assigned for different things to be involved with, I don't really think there was any specific portfolio. So it's called fixer. Question. Now, when you say legal advice, you were not in the White House's counsel's office, correct? Listen to the question. Question. Now, when you say legal advice, you were not in the White House counsel's office, correct? Answer. I was not. But I knew Pat Cipollone before he became White House counsel, and we'd worked together, obviously, for a period of time on impeachment, and we were friendly. So I think it was just a general belief that with my background and experience and Pat's, it would make sense for me to, quote unquote, report to Pat. Answer. Question. Did either of you report to the other? Like, I know you didn't on or interpret as a functional matter. Did one of you report to the other? Answer. No. I think we worked very, very closely on many things, but I wouldn't say we reported to each other. We both reported, I believe, to the president. Answer. And so how do people know who to go to for legal advice? If you had both you there as a lawyer and Pat Cipollone and others in the White House counsel's office. Follow me, y'all. So you have the White House counsel's office with Pat Cipollone and the other attorneys that are heading up the legal for the White House. And then you have Eric Hirschman, who's senior advisor to the president and assistant to the president, who also gives legal advice. And so what the interviewer is saying to him, well, how do people know who to come to? Like, is there specific shit that you handle and specific shit that Pat handles? Like, if I need legal advice, how do I know whether I'm going to White House counsel or whether I'm going to Eric Hirschman? He said, answer, I have no idea. There were people that I think on certain things, our personalities are very, very different. Pat's a little more subdued and a little more reserved. And I was a prosecutor at the beginning of my career out of New York. Our styles are slightly different. Just, I could be in some ways more forceful than Pat, and in some ways maybe less forceful in things. But I think it was whatever people chose. Appreciate you, Sandy. It's like when you know to ask mom or dad. Exactly, Cam. Question. Now, what about the president? Did he sometimes rely on you for legal advice? At other times rely on Mr. Cipollone for legal advice? Answer. I mean, I think he sought both of our legal advice. I can't say who he relied on more than the other, but I think by and large, Pat and I were in agreement. There were times in which Pat would seek my assistance for me to weigh in. There were times where I would say, you can ask Pat, but we complimented each other in, I think, the advice that we gave the president. Question. Was there any division of responsibility between you and Mr. Cipollone? Answer. I don't believe so. I mean, he was White House counsel. So he has obviously different categories and issues that he is going to deal with that I don't. But I don't think there was like a specific division. We would just consult with each other every day. Question. Did you have any role, either formal or informal, in the president's re-election campaign in 2020? Answer, none whatsoever. Question, did you interact with people from the campaign? Appreciate you, Sandy. Answer, the only time I believe I ever met anyone from the campaign would have been probably in the October time period, where I just wanted to get a general notification about the process and what happens and what to expect. And at that point, at first I spoke with, and then I met with Matt Morgan and Justin Clark, who gave me a tutorial of what to expect and how things worked. And, at different stages, just conceptually that idea. But that was for my own edification more than anything else. Question, were you involved in any of the legal challenges to the outcome of the 2020 presidential campaign? Answer, I do not know what quote unquote involved is a little difficult. I would say that in the beginning, when there were discussions about, he said, I remember in particular, there was an opinion or an order by Justice Alito that limited what the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania could do. And I believe either election night or some point shortly thereafter, it seemed the Secretary of State had given direction in writing that was contrary to a representation or an order of Justice Alito. So I remember having some discussions about that. And I remember discussions about when I think Texas sued Pennsylvania dealing on original jurisdiction, that I thought that was a development that was positive in the sense that the court could make a decision on this. And a lot of other decisions that were being discussed would be resolved. But other than that, I don't remember anything in particular about it. Question. Did you have interactions with the campaign's outside counsel? Answer. Yes. I mean, like Rudy Giuliani and them. Did you hear? I just put out here. Rudy Giuliani and them. Question. Maybe we should go through the names. Answer. Yeah. Question. We'll start with Rudy Giuliani. Answer. Yes. I knew Rudy from beforehand. I mean, Rudy obviously was the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District and the Mayor of New York. I started my career in the Southern District, and I knew Rudy over the years just professionally. You'd have to go through other names, and I can tell you. Question. So what's your understanding of what Mr. Giuliani's role was as outside counsel? Was he at some point the lead outside counsel for the campaign? Answer. Yeah. At some point, he was made lead outside counsel. I think it was some point shortly after the election. It would probably be in a week or two afterwards. I know he was advocating to be put in charge. Now, I want to stop right there. I'm in the middle of page 13. This is Eric Hirschman's testimony, and he is saying somewhere around a week or two after the election in 2020, Rudy gets put in charge of being the outside counsel for the campaign. So here's what you do. You hop right on over here to Bill Stepien. Is that who's Mr. Marino? Is that Bill? Hold on. I can make sure I'm on the right person's. Yes, this is okay. So this is Bill Stepien. So check this out. So here's what he says. Whoops, wrong thing. I didn't mean to push that. find and let me do Rudy. Oops, I need to go back one more. This is where you can kind of cross. This is Bill Stepien. So Bill Stepien was the campaign manager for the Trump campaign in 2020. So I want you to listen to this line of questioning in his transcript. Oh, thanks, Just Ella, for becoming a super fan. So it's on page 39. You ready? So here's what he says. Question. I want to shift gears a little bit and understand a little bit about the legal teams before the election, so not post-election. Rudy Giuliani, did he do any work with the campaign that you're aware of before the election? Answer. Paid work, unpaid work. Question. Either. Did he have a role at all that you are aware of? Answer. No. Question. What about Jenna Ellis? Did she have any role at all that you're aware of before the election? Answer. No. Question. What about Sidney Powell? Answer. No. Question. Same question. John Eastman. Answer. No. Question. Okay. How about, do you know a person named Kenneth Chesbro? That's Kenneth Chesbro is this person right here, you guys, just so you know. Or for you guys, it's this dude right here. Answer. I do not. Question. All right. Answer. And no to the answer to the question. Question. Okay. And all those people that I just identified, Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, Sidney Powell, John Eastman, to the best of your knowledge, they began working with the campaign in some capacity. You gifted the superfan gift? Oh, that's awesome, Sandy. You can give subscriptions now. Oh, yay. Love that. To the best of your knowledge, they began working with the campaign in some capacity after the election. Is that fair? Answer. Yes. Question. Answer. And one point of clarification. I don't know if they were paid for their work or not, but they began appearing, for lack of a better word, after Election Day. Question. Okay. That was going to be one of my questions you anticipated. I appreciate that. So do you know then if they had any kind of formal arrangement, like a written employment retention agreement with the campaign, any of those people that we've been talking about? Answer. I have only read about Giuliani legal fees, but that was only because I read so publicly. I never saw contracts, approved any contracts for any of those people. Question. And if they were to be hired by the campaign as employees, is that something you would have been familiar with as the campaign manager? His attorney pipes in and goes, can we talk about time frame? They say, yeah, sure. So his attorney says, is the question, quote, if there were folks who were hired to assist in the campaign before the election occurred, is that something Mr. Stepien would have been privy to? Is that the question? Answer, yes, that's right. His attorney then says to Mr. Stepien, you can answer that. Let me just tell y'all something. Never mind. Listen. He says, okay, now that we're clear on what the fucking question was, you can answer that. And Mr. Stepien says, hired before the election? If a person was hired before the election, would I have known about that and approved that? Yes. Not with every hire, but obviously it's a campaign enterprise. Campaign enterprise is significantly large. So, certainly not every hire, but for the most part, I would have approved hires pre-election day. Post-election day, no, I did not. I did not approve of or sanction those hires. Question. So I do want to talk about that. And we're going to jump to where when you left the day-to-day of the campaign post-election, but is there a date in your mind when you stopped working day-to-day for the campaign after the election? Answer. November 7th, I believe, was the day. The Saturday after Election Day, That was the day the AP called the race. That was, I'll say, that was a line of demarcation for me on the campaign. Question. All right. And we're going to get to the reasons why. But in that period, that short period between November 3rd, election day, November 7th, you just talked about, what would you have approved hiring or the retention of the attorneys that we just talked about? So Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, Sidney Powell, or John Eastman? His attorney pipes in. His attorney is Mr. Murray. Just to clarify, we're talking now that election day was Tuesday, right? So Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, in that 3-day period, the question I have, just to clarify, when you say, quote unquote, would you have approved? Are you asking if Mr. Stepien approved any of those people in that period, that 3-day period between election day and Saturday, the day the AP called the race? The investigator says the 3rd and the 7th, correct. Did you approve? Mr. Stepien says, so it's an if? His attorney interrupts and says, yeah, no, I think the first question is, did you do it, right? And the investigator says, that's correct. Did you approve hiring or retaining any of those people? I'll just list them out here for clarity. Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, Sidney Powell, John Eastman, or Kenneth Chesbrough. Mr. Stepien answers, I did not approve. Question. Okay, and if they had been hired or retained in that period, the 3rd through the 7th, is that something you would have had to approve? His attorney pops in again and says, when you say had to, do you mean, was it like, would it have been Mr. Stepien's responsibility or duty as opposed to anyone else's? In other words, I'm just trying to get at your question. Is the idea that if these folks ended up working there, being engaged in that window, and Mr. Stepien didn't know about it, then someone else did it beyond their authority? I'm just trying to get my arms around what you're asking. Question. Yeah, it's just in your role as campaign manager. I got you, Sandy. For that period of 4 days, if the campaign was going to hire somebody like that or an attorney to represent the campaign like that, is that something that you would have had to approve? Answer. I would assume I would have had approval on that. I say assume because, again, I inherited an operation that, I mentioned the structure and the internal processes were not 100% sound. So I would like to believe that I would have had approval on that. And I certainly did not approve. And I'd also just like to note there also, altered entities involved in President Trump's orbit that I can't speak for. This part's important. Let me fix this on TikTok side. And then, because we're about to dig in and holy shit, I really need for you all to hear what he's saying. Are y'all with me so far? Understanding that I have gone from I've read a portion of Bill Barr's transcript, a portion of Eric Hirschman's transcript, and now I'm reading a portion of Bill Stepien's transcript. Bill Stepien was the campaign manager for 115 days on the 2020 election, right before election day. And Eric Hirschman was the White House fixer. And then Bill Barr was the attorney general at the time. So hopefully I'm making sense and you guys are following along with me, because I do know that it's a lot. I do know that it's a lot. Okay. All right. With me so far? Love that. Thank you. You need to refill your popcorn? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because it is a lot. And I know, listen, hey, Mookie. Hey, Teresa. Good to see you. What's up, Tommy? I know that this is not like the sexiest stuff to read. And I know that it's more exciting if we were arguing about, is Donald Trump racist and all that shit. But guys, these are the facts. And so let me ask this question. How many of you all actually attended the documentary viewing that I did on Monday of this week? So this Monday, about 115 people. What's up, Jessica Simone? About 115 people showed up and viewed the Roger Stone documentary with me. Um, and it covered when those folks were with him. That documentary crew was with him for almost 3 years, right? You keep missing it, Jessica. Yes, I did it on Friday, and you were there. And let me just say this, you all. Like I said, I own this documentary. I'm committing to show it. I've committed to showing it at least once a month until we get up to the midterms. Um, but so let me ask you something. For those of you guys that saw it with me on Monday, and now you're hearing me read these transcripts, does that make a difference? Is there anybody that was there that would like to come up to the panel and share what it's like reading these transcripts or hearing them talk about election fraud, knowing what you now know in the from the documentary? Is there anybody that wants to talk about that? If so, can you put like a little heart in the comments and request up? If there's anybody who saw that documentary and you want to talk about what it's like to hear these claims now or listen to these transcripts now, that would be amazing. Because I can tell people all day, but I don't know. Farrell Cheryl, I haven't said another day yet. I just showed it again on Monday. The documentary is A Storm Foretold. It does not have streaming rights in the United States of America. So I happened to purchase it, and so that's how I have access to it. Yep, Cam. I agree, Carol. Carol says more people need to see it. I agree. Like literally, I increased my like Google Workspace account so that I could hold more than 100 people. Right? I think I can hold. I thought it was 1,000, but when I looked, it's 500 people. And hey, what's up, cuz? And so the reason I did that is to allow up to 500 people to watch it at one time. That was the whole reason. Is because I don't want people to just hear what I have to say about it. I want you to see it. Right? Yeah, I mean anybody who has seen the documentary with me and you want to talk about what it is like, not even to hear me read these transcripts, but what it is like to hear the president of the United States talking about election fraud in 2020 after seeing that your mother appreciated the subtle pay attention. Yeah, there were a few of those, right? Yeah, David, yeah. Yeah, I don't care if people follow me or not. You can as long as they fill out the form, I don't care who comes. Your break's over, Foxy. Well, you can watch the replay. The replay is going to be on YouTube or Facebook. You saw it for the second time, and holy crap. Okay, so I'm going to ask one more time. Does anybody want to come up and talk about like viewing the documentary and the parts that maybe stuck out to you the most, or any of those types of things? If you want to do that, now's your opportunity to do so, and you can share with people kind of your thoughts. What's up, Michelle?
Hey, how are y'all this morning?
I'm good. Tired, but I'm good.
I hear that. I think it was stunning to me to see how long all of that had been planned.
Yeah.
That, it had been in play for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And it's shocking how long of a long game Republicans were playing. And at no time was it ever about playing fair and doing what's best for the American people. It was all about them and how they can get ahead or how they can keep themselves out of prison.
True story. So for those of you all who haven't seen the documentary, one of the things that's astounding is that you actually hear Roger Stone and his assistant. You hear Roger Stone say in the documentary, "We are relaunching," and I'm quoting, "We are relaunching Stop the Steal." And at one point when Donald Trump is talking and he's saying "Stop the Steal," Roger Stone turns to his assistant and says, "Who came up with that?" And his assistant says, "Roger Stone, 2015." And she said, "I've got checks from the PAC that they got paid to develop Stop the Steal." And they say it in this documentary. So can you all, while people are sitting back, while there are American citizens sitting back, hanging on every word that is coming from Donald Trump and the GOP side of the world, when they are talking about voter fraud in 2020, I literally have listened to them say out of their own mouths, "It's a fucking lie," and they created it in case he was going to lose to Hillary Clinton.
Yep.
And the only reason they didn't launch it is because he shocked the shit out of him and he won in 2016. And he won in 2016 because people didn't believe, people thought there's no way people are going to vote for him.
Yep. I think about how many people dropped out of being running for president for the craziest of things. I mean, misspelling potato disqualified certain candidates, years ago. And now we're at a level where apparently nothing is indefensible to them.
Right. No. And here's the thing, folks. The reason why I am willing to show up, get on Google, and send links out and have people join me is because I truly do believe that the majority of people, I believe that, number one, I believe every voter should have to watch this documentary. I just do. I believe that if you are an American citizen and you participate in our democracy process, I think this should be required. I think it should be required for everybody that is in office. I think that because, and let me just tell you this, there's so much about what you see. It's astounding. And the fact that the United States of America has not granted them streaming rights is wild to me. It's wild to me.
I think that when all of that happened, it was one of the times that it clicked in my head of how many times we've been lied to or we haven't known the truth. We're altruistic and thinking everyone's doing things for the good of the country, and it just shows you how incredibly wrong we were.
So here's my take. I still believe this, Michelle. I still believe the reason that streaming rights wasn't given at the time is because so much of that documentary ties into the legal prosecutions in the case.
I agree.
I really do. The problem is that if you are not going to publicly release, so in my opinion, the minute they realized that that we were not going to be able to fully prosecute, that Jack Smith was not going to be able to prosecute those cases, it should have been a done deal.
Absolutely.
The minute the Supreme Court gave down presumptive immunity, the minute that occurred and everything had to be shifted, at that moment is when you give streaming rights. And then, because here's the thing, if you give streaming rights and then you have to adjust like your evidence or your charges later or whatever, then do that. Then fucking do that. But it was more important in my mind to secure the future of the country in 2020 than to hold on for a prosecution that may or may not happen.
And I just wonder how many people, if they could have seen that documentary, the switch would have flipped for them.
Yeah.
Or at least that self-doubt, or something that would have put that grain of sand to start building those layers to get to a pearl at some point, that it was easier to break the mentality of, I'm not going to say the C word because I don't want anything to get banned,
Yeah.
but the mentality of the Red Hat group. And it's just shocking. I mean, as a white woman in Tennessee, I've learned more on TikTok than I did in school and at my conservative university where I went. And it just is sickening that, we have access to people all over the world. And right now, everyone across the world is looking at the United States and just saying, what the actual fuck?
Well, and they're looking at us because they've seen the documentary.
Right, exactly.
They've seen the damn documentary, folks. Like, that's the thing that I really wish people understood, is that the rest of the world feels like they feel because they've seen the damn documentary, right? They have streaming rights. And so, like, it's really important for people to understand that they have seen the things that it's the documentary is a storm foretold. Listen, I've talked about this documentary many, many, many times. And I'll tell you this, all right? At the time that it became available, for that brief window in 2023 for purchase, I immediately bought it. Immediately.
I wish I had them. I really do.
And let me just see if I can. Can I copy this form? Give me 1 second. And one of the reasons why, yes, I can. Love that. Okay. And so the reason why I bought it is because I knew, based on the little bit that I had seen in the January 6th committee viewings, right? I knew then, just based on that little bit, that there were going to be, I wanted to have access to it forever. forever.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And so I think the things that are frustrating for me, so, like, real talk, you all, I know that there are people with much greater reach than I have that have seen it. Like, I know all the guys from the Lincoln Project saw it. They saw it back in 2023. They saw it before there were streaming rights available. It was given to the dude from the Lincoln Project. That's how I knew about it. He tweeted on Twitter during the January 6th hearings and said, damn, if you think the clips you've seen or something, you should see the whole deal. And I was like, where can I see the whole deal? Why can't I be special like you? Who leaked it to you? Who gave you the whole thing? Right?
And Dani, I have one question. Did you download the movie so that it's on a hard drive, or is it only in your cloud? The only reason I ask is I know that there have been times when I have bought something like through my Apple, and then later they can stop my access to it. And I thought if you had it downloaded on an actual physical drive, that way you would always have a copy of it.
Yeah, I don't really recall other than purchasing it.
Okay. Well, I just thought I would mention that to you.
Yeah.
If you need, just if you might want to do that, I just thought.
Yeah. I just remember that I purchased it. I'm not sure what that does after that, but I think that a lot of people. Let me peek over here for a second. Okay. I believe that everyone should see it because it really is a good indicator of just how long they have been planning this, just how dedicated they are to achieving all of the things that were outlined in Project 2025. I don't think that people understand that this idea of how the government should be, this idea of traditional life and Christian values and what they believe to be natural. So, J Boy, it was so for purchase, no. So let me explain. Okay. So in 2018, there was a Dutch filmmaker, Christoph, who started following Roger Stone. Okay, and had access to pretty much everything Roger Stone, literally from some point in 2018 all the way until Trump's last day in office in 2021. And he created a documentary. The documentary is called A Storm Foretold. That documentary, and I would assume a lot of the footage that he recorded during that time that didn't make the documentary, was turned over to the January 6th committee during their January 6th investigation. At that time, if you remember, do you all remember watching the hearings? And you see a clip of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers meeting in a garage. Do y'all remember that clip? You saw that you saw in a parking garage the night before. So that clip is from this documentary. Okay. So while I'm watching the January 6th hearings in August of 2023, I'm also on Twitter at the time. And one of the dudes from the Lincoln Project tweets, if you think the clips from the documentary are wild, you should see the whole thing. Holy shit. Right. And I immediately was like, well, where can I see the whole thing? Holy shit. And Christoph, I don't know if you all remember, but the filmmaker was at the hearings in person. But anyway, he tweeted back to me. He replied back to me on Twitter and said, we are working to get streaming rights. If you want to receive an email when we get streaming rights, sign up to this list. So I signed up. Okay. I signed up, and a few days later, I got an email. And the email said, we got tired of waiting to get streaming rights. It's available for purchase on Vimeo on demand for $14.99. If you would like to get it, here's the link. What's up, Dr. Emmy? So my ass immediately clicked the link and purchased, like on the spot. Blink, blink, blink. And then I immediately got on the smart TV, logged into my Vimeo in front of my mom, and we watched it together that day. That is the reason I have it. And then a couple of days later, it became unavailable for purchase anymore. Because now, for example, if you Google it, it looks like it's on Amazon Prime. The problem is that when you go to Amazon Prime, guess what it says? This is not available in your region because there's no streaming rights for it. So when I log into Vimeo, which I can show you, and I go to the fact that I own it, here's what it says. I will show you. Dun, dun, dun. So when I go there, yeah, I don't talk to people about what they can or can't do with VPNs because that's none of my business. I'm not getting into the legalities of you watching something and how you might watch it. And this is why it says, this title is no longer for sale on Vimeo on demand, but you still have access to it. You own this. So, what I do, and whether or not people try to watch it on VPNs is none of my business. What's up, Lester? Okay. What I do is I host watch parties with my friends from all over the country. And when those friends want to come watch, have a movie night with me, right? I hold a private closed meeting and we watch it together. And so that's what I do. Okay. And that's how, no, Nikki, can I share it in what way? So the way that I share it is I allow people to register And then people, I email out a link. People click that link and then they come to show it. I just showed it again on Monday, folks. I just showed it again on Monday. It's an hour and 41 minutes long. What I can tell you is that, folks, listen, I do it because everybody should watch it. And when you watch it, there's no way you know for sure. Right. So listen, when you register, I make you, I've shown it at least 10 times at this point. Yep. I've shown it at least 10 times at this point. And, I don't know what that means, Mama Dukes, because it's not an IP address. It was literally just a link to Google Meet. So I don't know what that means. And I don't know if that's a setting on your emails or something, but I don't know. So, so here's the deal. So let me just share with you all. So you can't register right now because I just showed it on Monday. It's not a continuing, like I set a date and then I make it available. And it's always when it is available, you register in my link tree. So whether you are watching me on TikTok or YouTube or Facebook, I have a link tree that is in my about section of my profile. You click that link tree is full of a ton of fucking information. A ton. Transcripts, documents, court documents, illegal statistics, healthcare information. Like that link tree is full of a ton of things. I've been putting that together since the end of July of 2024. And when you fill out that Google form to watch the documentary, it says it collects your name, it collects your email address, and then it says to you, because it asks your permission to email you the link to watch it. And then it says to you, you understand that by registering, you are agreeing not to record the documentary in part or in full, because that would be illegal. And I make you sign that because I'm not responsible for any fuck shit crazy people do. Like there's this balance between wanting to give people information and also having to protect myself from people who don't mean well. So if you ever come watch it with me, it's because you've agreed not to record it in part or in full. Right, because I don't know y'all like that. So, not everybody means well. So, Charlotta, you wanted to pine in here for a second?
Oh yeah. You know what? Yeah, because I got a chance to watch it with y'all, and it was just so funny. I'm thinking, well, a documentary with everything's going on. I guess there shouldn't be anything funny in there. And so, but this guy, he requires that everybody be loyal to him, but then it looks like he's not loyal to you because they helped him plan all this whole thing. And so I guess it looked like in the documentary, Stone was supposed to be there with him. I don't know what happened that they couldn't meet with him. I forget. I was kind of in and out looking at the movie because I was watching it on my little bitty phone here. But it was like, I guess Stone wasn't able to meet up with him in time or whatever. They end up going back to the room to watch, and they're kind of watching it in real time on TV. And so then when the Roger Rabbit incident happened, them jokers, I was like, what the what? Them jokers started packing their bags to get out of. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I almost unalive laughing. I'm like, now see, they know they wrong. They know they wrong. They packing their bags. And I really thought they were going to try to get out of the country. So, but
yeah, he just wanted to leave DC. He wanted to leave DC because he wanted to be able to say we weren't here.
Yeah, they need.
That's what he wanted.
Got out the country, but yeah, that was the funniest thing to me. I was like, you know what? These jokers know they wrong,
and been wrong for the last, I don't know how many years. So, but yeah, that was the funniest thing to me. I was like, yeah,
So
they're doing this bad thing. They know they're wrong. They trying to get out of town.
yeah. So just so people know, so what she's referring to is Roger Stone was at January 5th. So for those of you all who do not know, on January 5th, they had rallies on January 5th, the night before. So Alex Jones was a speaker on January 5th. Roger Stone was there on January 5th. Like several of them were speaking. They spoke the night before. This was a 2-day event. Okay. And so on January 6th, Roger Stone was under the impression that he and his people were going to be there on the 6th. He was supposed to be there and lead them down to the Capitol that day. He was supposed to be with them. And you don't find it, Coco, on the link tree right now because it's not there. When I am not showing that fucking documentary, I take the link down. So you won't find it right now. You will find it when I put it back up there. I just needed to update some things on it. So listen. So here's what happened: is they are leaving the hotel, and Roger Stone has a few people that have gone ahead to the ellipse on January 6th, and his people are calling him and his assistant, and they're saying, "We don't have VIP passes. We don't have, they can't tell us where we're supposed to go. Nobody knows." And at that moment, Roger goes, "Oh shit," because he knows they are being backstabbed. Okay. So when Roger Stone goes out of the hotel, he looks over and he sees one of the cars from the president, the black SUVs, coming to pick up Rudy Giuliani. And he says, "That's your answer right there." And she says, "What?" He said, "If we were speaking, if we were really going to lead the march, they would have sent a car for us the way they did for Rudy. They didn't send a car for us because we're not going, right? They don't intend for us to be there." And then he says, "It's okay. Listen, he said, there are some people that would love for you to reach something and not get it." So he didn't call anybody. He didn't raise hell. He didn't do any of that. He just said, "Fuck this. I'm heading back upstairs." And so he goes back upstairs into the hotel room with his big boxes of Stop the Steal t-shirts. The black pastor, Charles Burns, who ain't worth, is that his name?
I think you're
Pastor
right.
Mark Burns. Mark Burns is his name. Yeah, I knew it didn't sound right. Pastor Mark Burns, really, really horrible pastor from South Carolina, who ran for office and who said that the parents and people of LGBTQ plus individuals are committing treason and who provide care or gender affirm those people are committing treason, and he called for them to be assassinated. He was with Roger Stone that day. They go back up to the hotel room. He discusses with Roger that he's afraid that the party is going to fracture and that they'll lose the ground that they have. Roger Stone tells him he ain't worried about that. He says, "Listen, there's no such thing as a moderate Republican anymore. There are no moderate Republican votes," Roger Stone tells him. And they begin to watch everything unfold on the TV on January 6th. And during that time is when Donald Trump says, "We must stop the steal." And Roger Stone says, "Where do we hear that from?" And his assistant says, "Roger Stone special, 2015. Roger Stone, 2015. I got checks from the PAC for Stop the Steal," right? And so they, at one point when things get violent and people start to actually violently break their way into the Capitol, they pose for a picture in the room and say, "This proves we did nothing wrong because we're not at January 6th. We're not at the Capitol. We're in a hotel room taking a selfie together." And then after Ashley Babbitt gets unalived, that is when he says, "I'm getting the fuck up out of here," and they pack up all their bags and they leave town. But that is when she is unalived. That's when he exits. But even then, he says the situation is still fluid. Even then, because at that point, now he's trying to get a pardon. And he's trying to get a pardon for himself. And he's trying to get a pardon for Bernie Carrick. Bernie Carrick is now deceased. I mean, he was found guilty, but he he died in, I want to say May of 2022, I believe. 2022, 2023, one of the two. But that's the end that Charlotta is referring to. And so what you see is Roger's really pissed after that. And so when Trump leaves office and doesn't pardon anyone, because basically this is what happened. So Donald Trump was advised that if he were to give pardons for any of those major players, right? Sidney Powell, Bernie Kerik, Roger Stone, Rudy Giuliani, any of those people, then he was afraid that it would, you're watching it on BBC in Italy. See, told you it's available in other countries. But so Donald Trump is told if he provides pardons for those people, he's going to open himself up from a liability perspective to where he can get sued for people, because, you know, people died because of January 6th. And so because he was being given legal advice that he couldn't pardon himself, he said, I ain't pardoning no damn body. Donald Trump was told if you pardon yourself, you open yourself up legally. And he was like, well, if I ain't pardoning myself, I'm not pardoning nobody. So fuck everybody. So we all, and Roger Stone at the very end of this video, here, y'all want to hear the finale? I'll give you the end of the clip. You're not gonna see it. I'm not gonna let you watch it. Although I did post it, part of it. And they do that. Here it is. Now, I don't know who he's talking to right now. Let me just be clear. I do not know who Roger Stone is talking to right now, right? But whoever it is, this is why the no content call logs are incredibly important. So do y'all want to know why GOP members were so concerned about those fucking no content call logs? Is because there are several times in the middle of this damn documentary that you're like, who the fuck is he talking to? Like at one moment, he says, I'm about to call 2 people within the campaign to get information, and then I'm going to call General Flynn. Like Roger Stone says that. So I know when he's on the phone with General Flynn, but I don't know who the 2 people are in the campaign. Who are they? Well, Jack Smith can simply do a subpoena. He's got this documentary. He's got all the A and the B footage. He knows at what day and what time that call was made. All he's got to do is subpoena the call logs, the no content call logs. Period. Same thing for this fucking phone call right here. Now, here's what I'm going to do, just so y'all can, I'm not going to hold it up the whole time, but I want y'all to see, because I'm going to tell the truth and shame the devil. All right. So I am holding this up in front of your face so that you can see what I'm playing.
What's the agenda?
Huh?
What was their agenda?
To do a hit job on Roger Stone.
So
I'm sorry, I had people talking in my ear. Starting again. Yeah, how can they do that? Right. Well, you don't understand people. I do. Rod should hold a press conference today and call for Trump's impeachment. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I'm going to do it. I'm supporting impeachment. I'm supporting impeachment. He must be removed. His son Jared must be prosecuted.
Jared must be prosecuted.
How money changed hands on Bannon? I want a federal investigation.
How did money change hands on Bannon?
FBI this afternoon.
I'm going to the FBI today, Roger said.
Fuck these people. Right. So, right, exactly. Which is why I'm for the impeachment. I want impeachment. I'm gonna work very hard for it. I'm not kidding. He betrayed Bernie, betrayed Rudy, he betrayed everybody. So he has to go. He has to go. Run again. You'll get your fucking brains beat in. Right. Which is good, unfortunately, for Pat, because he's easy to find. Fuck these people.
Good morning, Scott.
Let's be very clear. There is no that in, cocksucker. It's one sentence.
No, Pumpkin, not for this he wasn't.
So if you're in a meeting and he says that, you punch him in the mouth
As hard as you can.
to make your point. It's one sentence. We're not stupid.
There is no paperwork.
You cocksucker. He needs to be impeached. He needs to be denounced and impeached. The greatest
Single mistake
in American history. The greatest single mistake. He's surrounded by morons, and he surrounded himself by morons. And a good long sentence in prison will give him a chance to think about it.
Because the Southern District is coming for him, and he did nothing.
He did nothing. You want to fight? Let's fight. Fuck you. Fuck you and your abortionist bitch daughter.
Yeah, that was Ivanka catching a stray at the end.
Obviously, if you use any of that, I'll murder you.
He says to the documentary crew, obviously, if you use any of that, I'll unalive you. That's what he says. Obviously, if you use any of that, I'll unalive you. And Christoph, to his fucking credit, used every bit of it. This is why when I get on this app, when I get on social media, when I get on my platforms, and I say unequivocally, that was Roger Stone. When I say unequivocally that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, I say it because the data backs it up, the facts back it up, Roger Stone fucking backs it up. I've watched them plan it. Can you tell I've showed it for people a few times? Exactly. I've seen it. Like, you can't tell me anything different. I watched them. Listen, I watched Roger Stone before the election happened say, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. And then he says the people in Trump's campaign are not built for a dogfight. That's what he says. He says they're not equipped for a dogfight. He said, and I've got to do something from the outside. They need outside. It can't come from a campaign. And I watch him pick up the phone. He loves to do talk to text. And he'll say, yeah, so Crystal, I don't think so. They don't get the whole fucking, that doesn't make any sense, Crystal. And I'll tell you why. It doesn't matter if the documentary team was with him. Everybody was documenting January 6th, right? But to be clear, when he talks about pardons, so we're talking about two separate things, folks. So Roger Stone was pardoned for his Russia involvement in the 2016 campaign. He was pardoned for lying for Donald Trump about the 2016 Russia interference. That's what he was pardoned for. He was not pardoned for anything related to the 2020 election or January 6th. Nobody got those until after Trump became, I'm just saying. And so Roger Stone, you can watch Roger Stone in this documentary say, I'm looking for ex-military, retired officers, no matter what rank, no matter what age. I need them to be put into a signal chat. It's the FOS chat, which is called Friends of Stone. So, like, this is why I'm saying I'm not going to argue with people. And this is why this is what people should be talking about. I'm so irritated in my soul that mainstream media is not talking about this, because oh my God. Sorry. You can't convince me that every major media outlet doesn't have this. You can't convince me. Fucking Lincoln Project had it during the damn 2023. Right? If the Lincoln Project had this fucking documentary in August of 2023, you can't convince me that everybody else doesn't have it. I know they do. And so what angers me, here's what angers me, is instead of talking about this shit, these fucking facts, y'all will talk about Donald Trump all damn day and the dumb shit. This is what makes me mad about members of Congress. This is what makes me angry about members of Congress. They've seen this shit. Oh, somebody must be mad. No, it does not. Somebody doesn't like me telling the truth because I just got flagged for misinformation. Yeah, definitely not. But real talk, folks, this is why I don't waste my time arguing with people. No, that's not why. It's because I plugged my phone back up. All right, here's what I will do. This happens every time I talk about it, and it kind of irritates my soul a little bit because every time that I talk about this documentary and everybody goes, ooh, where can I see it? So let me just tell you, last time 300 and some people registered for this damn thing and only 115 people showed up. It is wild to me how many people will register and then not show up. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have nice things, because Black Queen said I showed up. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. And I'm not asking anybody, because, last time I even let you all tell me what time y'all wanted to do it. Last time I was so damn nice. I let y'all tell me when to do it. I'm not doing that this time. The next showing is going to be February the 13th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is the showing. It is in my link tree right now. I just put it there. Why? I don't want to set up some shit. Hold on for a second, y'all. I need to add it again. It clicked something different, and I don't want it to do that. So there, it is in my link tree. Now, let me tell you the way that this works. It's at the very top of my link tree. Very top. You must fill out the form, and then you will get an email on Friday the 13th, 1 hour before the viewing. Don't come at me before then talking about, Dani, I didn't get no link. You're not going to get a link. You're not going to get a link until right before I show the movie. Why? Because if I send you a link right now, fuck people will share that link with 20 million people that did not sign up for it. And I'm not doing that. So if you want to see this documentary, go to my link tree right now and fill out the form. Because if you do not do that, you will not get a link to see it. No, Sandy, I just scheduled it for the 13th. I just scheduled it for the 13th. Yep, February 13th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you want to watch it, this is your opportunity. And you will get a link to watch it. If you go to my TikTok profile, people, if you go to my TikTok profile, my YouTube profile, my Facebook profile, in the About section is my link tree. If you click the link for my link tree at the very top, it says Roger Stone documentary viewing registration. Click it and fill your information out. I see 8 of you so far. And if you want your friends and family to watch it, you need to send them the link so that they can register. February the 13th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I've got 2 hours before I have to go, so I'm going to go back. It'll be your 6th time watching. Yeah. Things that I saw in this video. Things that I saw in this video were Roger Stone and Matt Gaetz collaborating to get Roger Stone his first pardon for the Russia investigation. I watched Matt Gaetz say out of his own mouth to Roger Stone, I've already done work on getting your pardon. Roger Stone at the end of the Gaetz was on board. Matt Gaetz was on board with January 6th when he knew it would save him. Do you know what he's talking about, you guys? He's talking about Matt Gaetz and the investigation into him having sex with a minor. Because the House report that they put out about Matt Gaetz, this is all I'm going to do. I'm not going to read the whole damn thing to you. I'm only going to read one part. Oh. Thank you, Cam. Cam also put the registration link in my Discord. So listen, I'm going to show you, this is part of it. Do you want to know what they said about Matt Gaetz, you guys? I'm going to tell you what they said about Matt Gaetz. You ready? Here's what it says. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to get to just the key summary. In sum, the committee found substantial evidence of the following. From at least 2017 to 2020, Representative Gaetz regularly paid women for engaging in a certain type of activity with him. I don't really care about that. Because if he paid women and they are adult consenting women that's their particular line of work, I don't give a shit. I'm not one of those people that sex work shouldn't be the thing. Listen, whatever, man. The next one I do care about. In 2017, Representative Gaetz engaged in sexual activity with a 17-year-old girl. That is a full sentence with a period based on the House Ethics Committee's report. That's not Dani Cook saying that. That's according to the House Ethics Committee. And they said they found substantial evidence of that. They also said during 2017 to 2019, Gaetz used or possessed illegal party favors, including sugar booger and ease on multiple occasions. Representative Gaetz accepted gifts, including transportation and lodging in connection with a 2018 trip to the Bahamas in excess of permissible amounts. Folks, listen, the dude that did this shit with him is in jail. The dude that did it with him is in jail. Real talk. He said it's one sentence. It's one sentence. Yeah. He said, and if he says it, hold on a second. Not me going to the exact moment. That's at the 1 hour, 37 minute and 41 second mark.
Let's be very clear. There is no that in, cocksucker. It's one sentence. One sentence. So if you're in a meeting and he says that, you punch him in the mouth.
See, he says, so if you're in a meeting and he says it, you punch him in the mouth as hard as you can. I don't know, he says, and then he goes on to say, we're not stupid. There is no paperwork. That's what he says. We're not stupid. There is no paperwork. So I don't know. And so this is why I wish I was Jack Smith and I know who was on the other end of the phone, because whoever is on the other end of the phone is someone that is privy to meetings with the president, is someone who talks about, yeah, Lainey, you can't really, I don't know, because the way that the captions read it, it says there is no Nevada, but that's not what he's saying. He's saying there is no Vadin, there is no, I don't know what he's saying, but whatever he's saying, there is no sum of, then he goes on to say there's no paperwork, right? Brain Candy, he didn't post any pictures. What he did was he posted a video that included those images at the end, and they're not really relevant, because what's more relevant than the images of Barack and Michelle Obama in that video, what's more relevant is the fact that the president of the United States is sharing videos that once again claim election fraud in the 2020 election when we know there wasn't any. That's the thing that's most alarming. The thing that is alarming is that the president of the United States of America is still claiming election fraud for an election that happened almost 6 years ago, when every ounce of evidence proves that that's not the case, and his campaign didn't argue fraud in court. And I told you, all he really wants is for people to watch the 1-minute video so they can hear about this election fraud and these Dominion voting machines, right? That's what he wants. And in order to amplify it, he just sprinkled a little racism in it. Because then what happens? Then liberals go, oh my God, look at this horrible thing that the president shared. Go watch the video. Yeah, go spread misinformation, dumbasses. Stop amplifying the bullshit coming from that individual and his administration and his campaign. Stop it. Stop it. Folks, I don't know what you need to understand. If members of Congress cared whether or not Donald Trump was racist, he would have never been the president. If the American people gave a damn as to whether or not he was racist, or whether or not he was misogynist, or whether or not he was an SA'er, whether or not he assaulted women, if any of those things were deal breakers, he would have not become the president of the United States, especially for a fucking second time. They don't care. And why it matters to you whether or not people will admit that he's racist is crazy to me. I do not need for people to agree with me that the sky is fucking blue when I look at the sky and I see that it is fucking blue. I don't know why y'all still looking for validation from certain people. Who cares? It's just like the dude that was on here with me 2 days ago, trying to argue with me that convict leasing does not happen in the United States of America, and that there are no prisons that are forcing prisoners into convict labor. And I'm like, bro, but there is. And let me show you the court documents. And here are the 5 fucking states. And here are the reports on it. And here are the... And he was like, I just don't believe it. Okay, well, shit, don't believe it, Scooby-Doo. And the thing that was hilarious is his damn TikTok name was Jesus Christ. And I was like, you got a faith problem. You got a faith problem. Because you can believe in Jesus Christ, but not court documents, like not actual facts. It's wild to me. You can believe in the things that are unseen, but not the things that are seen. Wild. I'm just saying. I'm not arguing. I refuse to argue. No, I haven't, because Lisa, the reason why I haven't seen that one is that documentary ain't shit compared to this one. That's the film crew that came in for this one for a small window of time. Did I say Scooby-Doo? I don't know what I said, y'all. Yeah, I don't know what I said. I don't even know in what context I said Scooby Doo. I don't even know what I said. I don't. So it's just really important. Yeah, I mean, I just say the things, you know what I mean? I don't know. But for me, like my frustrations, you guys, I don't know everything. I'm not right about everything. I don't, whatever. What I do make sure though, to the best of my absolute ability, is to like as soon as I saw that little 1 minute video today, the first thing I said was, please don't share it in my Discord. First thing I said. Why? Because I don't want you spreading disinformation. And their claims about the 2020 election is disinformation. It's not even misinformation. It is literally disinformation. And I won't be party to spreading it. So instead, the video that I put out said exactly that. The only reason I want to talk about why that stuff was in there is because all it did was amplify it. If they can put their misinformation and disinformation and mix it in with some racism, some sexism, some misogyny, some ableism, some classism, some homophobia, some any of that, that's the carrier. That's the carrier for the information, you all, because that's the stuff that gets it spread. So, yeah. So misinformation is often just a mistake. It's like a misunderstanding, if you will. Disinformation is intentional information that you know to be not true, and you are repeating it with the intent to deceive people. That's the difference between the two. You are spreading it with the intent to deceive and to harm people. You are welcome, Texas Butterfly. What's up, Mo? And so for me, what I want people to focus on more is what is our plan? And when I say our plan, I mean progressive people who are interested in I want to know what the plan is for progressives who are interested in policy that represents the majority of Americans. Because every policy isn't going to represent every person, right? But if we can get the vast majority of the people in this country represented well in our legislation and in our judicial systems and in our education systems and our financial systems, then we have the potential to do some really fantastic things. So what I'm interested in is, what is the plan for that? Larry, please. Ain't nobody listening to that. I didn't even wait for that. But that's what I want to know. Yeah, he just immediately got blocked. What is the plan? If you are progressive, if you are an average person, a regular person, a working day person, what is the plan? Farrell Cheryl, let me just be clear. When you say you believe that conversations are needed on both sides, are you talking about within members of Congress? What, when you say that, who do you mean? And you're welcome to come to the panel and talk about it if you want. Sacred Space, they did. The January 6th committee put this stuff in their reports. They absolutely did. But the January 6th committee doesn't determine if a foreign film gets streaming rights in this country. Yeah, so Pumpkin, I am not somebody that is real caught up on term limits in Congress, because that's not the problem. Term limits in Congress is not our biggest problem. Our biggest problem, in my opinion, is lack of voter participation and voter apathy. I'm just saying. Supreme Court is different. We don't vote on Supreme Court nominees. So like I said, one of the things that I think have to be first steps, right, for the next majority Democratic Congress is election finance reform, election integrity reform, right? That needs to exist. And I have some thoughts around that. I believe I detailed some of this in a live that I did the other day. Yeah, so okay, a couple of things because I got comments going on both sides. So I think one of the questions for every single person that is running for office is, do you support campaign finance reform? Do you support closing the loopholes in campaign finance reform? And do you support legislation that would remove or overturn the precedent set by Citizens United? That's the question. Do you support legislation that would that says that corporations are not people and that their money is not the First Amendment? Everybody running for office should be able to be asked that question and should answer that question. Do you support legislation that clearly states corporations are not people and money is not free speech? Right? Anybody running for office that can't get solidly behind that, anybody running for office that has a about that, fuck them, they shouldn't be in office. Period. Right? Then when we talk about campaign reporting changes. So immediately we need to change campaign finance reporting around the fourth quarter of an election. People should not be able to form a political PAC, get a check for $20 million in October, and then not have to report it until December after the election when they've already dissolved the PAC and taken down their website. Because that's exactly what happened. So there was a woman that created a PAC. She named the PAC after RBG as if it was a liberal PAC. She took $20 million from Elon Musk's irrevocable trust. She paid for ads targeting swing states specifically saying, oh, I can vote for Donald Trump because he doesn't support a federal AB ban. And she took that money in October. She ran those ads saying that women could vote for Donald Trump because he didn't support a federal, a national AB ban. And then she after the election, she shut that damn PAC down, took the website down, and then she reported it in December because that's the law. Like, that's what the campaign law says. The campaign law says in that last quarter, you don't have to report anything that you get until by the end of the quarter. That means you can get money in October. You can get money all the way through in that last quarter, and people won't know about it until after the election because you don't have to report it until after the election. And by the way, it's well known that this has happened. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you her name. Y'all ready? PAC. She's a commentator. She'd be on Fox News and shit. Hold on. 20 million. Elon Musk. Revocable trust. RBG PAC. Here it is. It was $20.5 million donated on October the 24th of 2020. The PAC spent $20 million on digital ads, mailers, and text messages targeting female voters in swing states, specifically saying that Donald Trump was moderate on AB. And the donation wasn't disclosed until December 5th, a month after Election Day, which allowed them to spend the money without revealing that Elon Musk financed it or that the RBG PAC was literally from a conservative. And her name is, give me a second. I want to say Michelle somebody, but give me a second. Yeah, her family, RBG's family was really pissed that they used her initials for the PAC. Yeah. So here, let me just show you guys for people who want to see what I'm looking at. I'll show you the screen here so that you guys can see it too. All right, y'all ready? This is it. RBG PAC. Elon Musk revocable trust. $20.5 million. This is it. Just so y'all know. That's it. And let me see real quick if I can show you the... Yeah, see, the website, if I'm not mistaken, was taken down too. Yeah, see, the website was taken down. It now says domain not claimed. But these are the things that people can get away with because of the way we currently have election finance reform, or the way we have election finance law written. But hold on, I want to know her name. Her name is May Mailman. So May Mailman is who created the PAC. She signed the paperwork, but the money all came from Elon. She is a former legal advisor to Donald Trump, and she is the director at the Independent Women's Law Center. That's her name, May, M-A-Y, and then think mailman, like your mailman. That's her name. And everything they did was legal. I mean, in my opinion, it wasn't ethical at all, but it was fucking legal. Everything they did. So for me, if I were suggesting to progressives and to the Democratic Party what the focus between now and midterms should be, I'll tell you what. I mean, it wasn't shady legal; it was legal. They followed the law to a T. They followed the law to a T. That's why everything that legal isn't moral. Everything that you can legally do doesn't mean that you should do it. And just because something is not legal doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Congress created that law, Audra. Congress did. I'm going to give you an example. In some cities, they've passed laws where it says it's illegal to feed homeless people. I would argue that we should probably feed homeless people. We should feed people. I don't know, Audra. I haven't looked at the last time campaign finance law was done. Just throwing that out there for people, right? Did you know that in the state of Georgia, they had changed laws around elections that in 2022, for example, it was illegal in Georgia to give people waiting in line to vote food or water. If people were in line to vote, it was a crime to bring them a bottle of water or food in the state of Georgia in 2022. What you scared for? What you scared for? Why would you not want to give people water if they're in line? But you want people to believe that your vote isn't powerful. Of course it is. If it wasn't, they would not work so fucking hard to keep you from voting. And they work really hard, you all, between gerrymandering, between putting fewer voting machines in Black and brown communities and areas that are perceived to be liberal, from having shorter voting hours in those communities as well. Listen, they work really hard to not only make it harder for you to vote, but to also tell you that it's not powerful. They spend a lot of time and money, y'all, trying to keep you from believing that you can do anything about the way things are. They love apathy. They fucking love voter apathy. They want you all to be so sick and tired of politics that you just check the fuck out, because then they can make the laws work for their rich and powerful friends and ride all the way to the bank. They want you tired. They want you disengaged. They want you overwhelmed. They want you disconnected. Because then they can make all the laws and all the policies impact them and their children and their friends. They can stay rich. They can stay powerful. And then when you suffer, they have all the funds and they own all the media to convince you that it's somebody else who's poor like you that's causing the problem. They can convince you that it's everyday people that are making your life hard, because they control the social media, they control the regular media, they control, you know what I'm saying? They want you not voting. They want you checked out. They want you out of the process. It works to their benefit. Do you know what happens? Big cities don't vote Democratic because people that live in the city are brainwashed or whatever. People in big cities end up voting more liberally on progressive policy because they are exposed to many, many different types of people, many faiths, many religions, many sizes, many shapes, many ethnicities, many races, all the things. And the more that they discover other people's lives, and that people that are different than them aren't dangerous necessarily. Like, our differences don't make us dangerous. How about that? Our differences don't make us dangerous. And so the more that they don't want you to know that, because dear God in heaven, if you figure that out, and you don't have to be scared of the people around you or and you can no longer blame those people for everything that's going on. You might actually look at where it's all coming from. All of a sudden, you might pay attention at the people that are truly taking advantage of you, at the people that are truly working to hurt you and your family. If people really understood, I just want you all to sit back and fathom for a moment that the President of the United States used the administration to go to court to argue not to feed your children, not to feed the elderly. Who does that? Who goes to court in order to not feed babies? Who does that? The President of the United States does that. Donald Trump does that. That's who did that. Just sit with that. Tell me how you reconcile that in your brain with someone who cares about you or that is an advocate for you. Hella, Raja, right? Yeah, no. People are really, really mad about the information that I'm giving you today. Because here's what they keep doing. They keep wanting to restrict the live for like 10 minutes. But the reason that, let me tell you something. Yeah, this is the second one in this live. Second one. So that's why sharing the live is so important, folks. I think the other day when I was on a live and I was talking about this, and then I do want to go back and read you some more of Eric Hirschman's transcript, but I want people to, so for me, these are the things. I think campaign finance reform is necessary. I think putting protections against corporations when it comes to voting into law in a way that would nullify or overturn the impact and the precedent set by Citizens United has to be top of mind. I think we have to have a Democratic majority Congress that is willing to shore up the holes that this administration has proven is here. So in my opinion, this should be easy to do. So there are Democratic attorneys general all across this country. Here's what we know about those attorneys general. We know that they met the week after the 2024 election, right? And they divided up Project 2025 amongst themselves. And they looked at where, as states, they had jurisdiction and where they didn't. Like, this is a thing that we know that they did. So if Democratic members of Congress are smart, I would get with those Democratic attorneys general to find out where there was federal jurisdiction versus where there was state jurisdiction. And then those members of Congress put together legislation where there is federal jurisdiction that shores up the loopholes that Project 2025 exploited. Just saying. That would be a smart thing to do, I think. And I think it would be wise for those Democratic attorneys generals to meet with the members of their state legislatures. And it would be wise for the states to also shore up those holes exploited by Project 2025. How do you protect your state? How do you protect your state when the federal government threatens to withhold your funding for your school systems because the president's pissed that you don't want to cooperate with ICE? How do you shore that up? North Carolina has taken them to court twice and won, 2 or 3 times. When this administration has threatened to withhold funding, North Carolina has immediately taken them to court and won both times. So now, knowing that you won in court, your state legislature needs to be about the business of writing legislation that closes that loophole for it to even be a thing. I'm just saying. So to me, one of the first things that this Democratic Congress needs to do immediately is to introduce a continuing resolution for the budget that reinstates the ACA tax subsidies so that Americans can access their health care again. Same thing applies, Clinton. Even if you have Republicans running your state, same thing applies. And there are ways to put pressure on those Republicans who are in office to have them do the right thing. So immediately there needs to be a continuing resolution that puts the ACA tax subsidies back so that people can access their health care. There needs to be an immediate resolution that closes that gap where SNAP benefits are concerned, so that the people that are projected to lose their Medicaid and their SNAP benefits before 2023 no longer have that worry on their plate. And it can be done. The same way they used a continuing resolution to get through the one big beautiful bill is the same way they can use it to put those things back in place immediately. Can you imagine what would happen if members of Congress that were running for re-election right now for the midterms spent their time talking about undoing the damage of the one big beautiful bill, but not even referring to it from that perspective? Can you imagine how beneficial it would be if I was running for Michigan CD1 and I looked and I saw that the Centers for American Progress has it estimated that about 28,000 people in that district are going to lose access to Medicaid between now and 2034. So what if I ran on my platform and I outlined for myself that I would introduce a continuing resolution that would undo this thing and add this thing back, and it would mean that those people would not lose their Medicaid, and then I could add something in that would increase the ability for people to get their healthcare coverage. That's a whole lot better than talking about how shitty the other dude is. It's a whole lot better than talking about how shitty the other dude is. All right. So it would be election campaign finance reform. It would be ACA tax subsidies and the cuts around healthcare and SNAP benefits that were in the one big beautiful or one big barbaric bill, if you will. The next Democratic Congress needs to undo those things. The next thing this next Democratic Congress needs to do is to put forward some solutions for improving the immigration system that we have. And I'm not talking about just creating immigration law that has more pathways or that has this or that has limits or that has that. I'm talking about the actual system in terms of how it works. Where and how are people housed, right? Where and how are people tracked? Where and how are, judges and lawyers hired? Like, what are the ways? And I outlined this very specifically the other day, and I'm not going to do it now on a way that I think we could have a significant impact in a short period of time. And it would be great to see the data and the numbers on how we might be able to beef that up. But I believe, in my humble opinion, that if the Democratic Party were to win the majority of Congress, a supermajority would be fantastic. But even a majority in Congress, and they spent the next 2 years doing just those things top of mind, and then maybe one or two others. Like there needs to be like a top five to 8 issues for them to work on for between after this election and the presidential election. You set it up for a straight up Democratic win all the way across the board, for a Democratic Congress and a Democratic administration in 2028. But in order to do that, you got to stop talking about the other guys and talk about you. You got to talk about what you are going to do, who you are, why you're running, what are the policies and the agenda that you have, and how are we going to make things happen. And I believe that if you do that, you will reach the vast majority of people. You will not reach some diehard Trump people, and that's okay. That's okay. That's not the focus. The focus is the majority of people who have the ability to hear information, right? Be open to having conversation around it and go from there. Like I'm just saying, talking about the Epstein files for me, and I will say this as a survivor, we currently do not have a DOJ that is going to bring charges against people. Like we just don't, right? So if we don't have that and we're not able to prosecute right now, my focus is going to be on shoring up Congress. Right now, we need to make sure that we have a system that has checks and balances. We don't have that right now. We have a Congress that is often compromised. And in the places where Congress is not compromised, it's too busy fucking grandstanding and performing to do what people need you to do. Just saying. And Sacred Space, you know what? We do have a DOJ. It's not all shitty. Let me just tell y'all something. Do y'all know that the DOJ just arrested 2 Schmeo Schmatzy guys out of Tennessee? YT supremacist dudes. Did y'all know that? That happened. The DOJ did that. I need to get a charger. Hold on, you guys, before this damn phone dies. 1 second. Ouch. Yeah. So listen, it's important for us to understand that there are lots of lawyers and people that work within our administrations. And while the top may be corrupt, there are some people that are still doing their damn jobs the way that they should do them. You know? They'll be prosecuted, Rudin. 100% they will. Well, because the people that are within ICE belong to the DOJ, right? They're not going to arrest their own. Can I get I need to do a bio break real quick. Can I get a mod break real quick and somebody to hold the space for me real quick, and I will be right back. Pretty please. Yeah, maybe even more than one of you to help each other out.
Hello.
What up, Red Hot? Okay, appreciate you guys. I'll be right back.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
Good. Hi, everybody. I've been in and out all day, but I can give mod announcements real quick. If you have time, hi, Cam. Somebody's got background noise. Cam, you're fuzzy. So if you haven't collected your heart maybe today, up at the top near where it says Dani the 7th, you click on that, and then you can hit to select to send your heart, and then click it again to go back and collect it. And if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see where you can collect the gift as well for sending it. Make sure you're tapping the screen so that way you can get some more likes and it helps the algorithm. You can also share the live. So in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see an arrow. You can click on that. You can simply copy it if you do not have somewhere you want to send it, but you can also click on it and send it to anyone you want. And you can also repost it, the live, and that'll help get the feed out there and more people in here hearing all this information that Dani has to share. What am I missing, guys? Everybody doing well?
The rules of the live.
Oh yeah, the rules of the live. So make sure that you're so fuzzy, Cam.
Cam, something's going on with your mic.
Yes. It sounds like you've got bees in your microphone. Cam has bees today. So be respectful, no slurs. Make sure you're not comment spamming. That means don't repeat the same things over and over again. And no all caps. Do not talk in the chat with caps going on. That's saved for moderators so that Dani can see it whenever moderators have something to say to her. And also for anybody that has any vision impairment.
Yeah.
So please save all caps for them.
Thank you.
And I think that's it.
Yay. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you guys. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Anytime.
Thank you. All right. So yeah, I pulled up everybody. I was like, I need a quick bio break. All right. So I want to go back for a little bit and to the transcripts that I was reading because they are incredibly important. Okay. And I'm going to go back to Eric Hirschman. He's the fixer. And I specifically want to read from you all on a particular evening. Does that make sense? Because I know that if you've been with me for a while, you might be like, fuck, Dani, we're going to talk about December the 18th again. We are. And one of the reasons I want to talk about December the 18th again, let me ask you this. If you have never heard me talk about the meeting in the Oval Office and at the White House that happened on December the 18th, if you are not familiar with it, please put a 1 in the chat for me. If you are not familiar with what happened in the White House and the meeting that took place December the 18th, please put a 1. Yes, dude. Okay, a lot of you guys aren't. Okay. Holy crap. Okay. Appreciate you guys for letting me know. Okay, so let's do this, okay? So I'm going to share Eric Hirschman's transcript around this moment with you because it is one of the most astounding moments of what, to give you a picture of what the White House was like in 2020 after the election was happening. And I think sometimes it's difficult for us to kind of really grasp that, if you will, because it just seems too outlandish or too crazy or too like, surely to God, no, like not the White House, right? Salam Noor. Amy, what you talking about? What's Amy mad about? I missed it. Okay. See, I must not be able to see. Yeah, not with this Joker. Right. Well, but no, even with this Joker, you guys, let me tell you something. It's astounding for me to realize that these are the things that we are talking about haven't happened in the United States of America. Give me a second. That's Chelsea and Jenna. I have a bunch of these. Okay, so that means I'm going back here. Page 13. I think I'm reading. This is Eric Hirschman. It is. Okay. It's not that it's okay. So let me do control find. I am looking for. All right. So let me just be clear, and I want to go here and then I'll double back. Okay. But I want to make sure I get this in, and I've only got an hour because today is the day that I have to get the girls. I have to get the girls today off the bus. Okay. So be with me in this moment. I'm going to share. Thank you, Jennifer. I'm going to share my screen with you guys over here so that you can see that I'm reading from this document. Eric Hirschman's interview, the transcribed pages are over like 220 pages. I have read them all and I will read them all again. But before I do that today, I want to go back to this specific evening in question because it's wild and I want you all to hear it in its entirety. So I'm starting at the top of page 167. This transcription is in my link tree. There's like a whole collection of January 6th documents, and this is one of those that's in there. However, it's not in the newest collection at the top. So, you know, just saying. Okay, so here we go. You ready? Here we go. It starts at line 1 and says, we're back on the record. Question, Mr. Hirschman, do you know how the December 18th, 2020 meeting in the evening with Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, Patrick Byrne, Emily Newman, and the president and others came about? Answer. They were, a group of us walked out of the Oval. It was Friday, already late, and they started walking in. Question, do you know if this was a scheduled meeting or how they managed to make their way to the Oval Office? Answer, I don't know how they got in. Question, okay, were you present for the meeting? Answer, yes. Question, who else was there? Well, first, is it correct that Sidney Powell, General Flynn, Patrick Byrne, Emily Newman, and the president were there? Answer, the president was in the Oval Office. I mean, Flynn, I had never met before, but I recognized him. Byrne, I had never seen before, and I didn't know who he was. And Sidney. And I had some interactions with her, which were normally confrontational. They went into the Oval. Sidney was all the way on the right, Flynn next to her, then Patrick Byrne. And I remember Emily Newman was on the couch or at a chair, and I sat initially in the back. That was painful. I just had a really sharp pain in my back, and it was like a neuro pain. Fuck, that hurt. For those of you guys who do not know, I'm a service-connected disabled veteran, and sometimes shit be hurting. So just rock with me. Sorry, my kafia fell. All right, so here we go. He says, question, was anybody else there that you can think of? Answer, no, not at that point. Question, what about later? Did Mark Meadows, Pat Cipollone, anybody else from the White House staff join in? Answer, no, later on, like initially Pat Cipollone, I told someone to go get Pat to come down. And then Matt Morgan was like, I got him on the phone. Then Robert O'Brien was on the phone for a short period of time. And then Derek Lyons came in. I don't remember the sequence when Derek came in, but Derek came in at some point. And I remember it was his resigning, I think, as of midnight that night. And he had gotten a job somewhere, I think, in Kentucky, and he was moving. And they were having his farewell celebration that night. Question. So what do you recall from the meeting? Answer. A lot of this obviously has been reported in whatever article that got written. They went in, and the general discussion started off about Dominion voting machines and overturning the election and foreign interference in it. And she had affidavits that reflected foreign government interference. And, Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, and who knows what other stuff she was saying. They were arguing that everyone was quitters. They used Antrim County as an example of proof of fraud, even though it was a county that we had won. And in short order, I realized Sydney was making a play to appoint herself as special counsel with pretty broad powers. And it kind of escalated pretty quickly, first with me before anyone else came in the room. And initially I sat down, just sitting in the back watching. And then I jumped in. Appreciate it, Nicole. And I cut off Sydney. Hold on a minute. Hold on. What in the world are you talking about? Rudy's been promoting that Democrats change the rules. There was election fraud, no observers, invalid ballots. And now you're talking about a completely different theory, that there's foreign interference that changed the whole thing. And they obviously can't be one and the same. And I was asking, are you claiming that Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuela, and whomever else? And at one point, General Flynn took a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world and who was communicating with whom via the machines. And some comment about Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet. I'm on the top of page 169 in the transcription. And then it became very, very contentious. I mean, I think the article is pretty accurate. There's other details that I don't know how relevant they are. I think where people were standing was wrong while we were in the meeting, but I had it out with Flynn, definitely had it out with Patrick Byrne. Sydney tried to more funnel her communications directly to the president, trying to convince him that he should appoint her in the capacity as special counsels with broad powers to seize machines and do other things. Question: and you were opposed to that? Answer: I think I was opposed to pretty much every single thing that they said in that meeting. I love Eric Hirschman in this context. He might be a shitty human being in other contexts, but this one, he was spot on. Thank God. Hold on. I'm doing this real quick. All right. Okay, it's done. All right. TKS Daddy, what are you talking about? Thank you, Sandy. Sandy just said mute. I didn't even get that shit out. I looked confused and Sandy was like, mute. I was reading the comments what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, here we go. Question: you were opposed to that? Answer: I think I was opposed to pretty much every single thing that they said in that meeting. Question: why were you opposed to Sidney Powell being appointed special counsel? Answer: I thought that what she was proposing and alleging was ridiculous. Question: why? Answer: because I didn't see sufficient evidence to say it. She was taking her belief and putting herself in a position where she and the group and others would get top secret clearance and immediately be able to jump in and start seizing machines and taking certain actions. And I thought that entire concept was crazy, forgetting that it was completely inconsistent with what Rudy was saying. And so I remember getting her to say, so I remember getting her to say that, when I challenged her, Rudy's taking this position and you're taking this. Aren't you on the same team? She's like, Rudy doesn't understand this case. He's never understood it until just now. And I used that comment later on to call Rudy and to get Rudy to come to the White House that night. But otherwise, I screamed. Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything. He kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back, either come over here or sit your fucking ass back down. And he looked at me and he sat down. Now, I just want you all to stop for a moment and understand that on December 18th, in the Oval Office of the White House, Donald Trump, the president, is sitting at the Oval. There's Sidney Powell, General Flynn, Newman, who's the president of Overstock, and this other girl, Emily Newman. And then there's Eric Hirschman, the fucking fixer, the guy that was hired for legal advice and to kind of like take care of shit, to keep things kind of functioning, and to be the counsel. I just did, Sandy, or I thought I did. Thank you. To be the counsel, to be the person when White House counsel wasn't or wasn't used or couldn't be used to address a certain issue. That was Eric Hirschman's job. And so you have Eric Hirschman in the Oval Office, and you have General fucking Flynn, right, screaming at Eric Hirschman that you guys are quitters, talking about fighting the election. You guys are quitters because you won't say what we're saying. And Eric Hirschman, having had enough, saying, listen, you either come over here or sit the fuck down and shut up. In other words, nuck if you buck. That's pretty much what Eric Hirschman said to General Flynn. Nuck if you buck. If not, have a fucking seat, bro. And he had a seat. That is what transpired so far, which is wild to me that this is what's happening in the Oval Office. Crazy. And he looked at me and sat down. Question: did he know who you were? Answer: he had no idea who I was. At one point, Byrne said something. He was like, and I just said to him, do you even know who the fuck I am? He goes, yeah, you're Pat Cipollone. And I was like, wrong, idiot. Pat wasn't even there yet, right? So this dude, oh my God. Byrne, the guy who runs, I believe it's Overstock. It comes out here in a second. But he looks at Eric Hirschman, right? And says something. And Eric Hirschman says, do you even know who the fuck I am? Do you know who I am? And he says, yeah, you're Pat Cipollone. Pat Cipollone is White House counsel. Yeah, so Byrne is not Sidney Powell. Byrne is the guy who I believe owns Overstock.com. And I don't know how Overstock.com and the MyPillow guy ended up in the fucking White House and involved in presidential politics. But here we are. That was the case, right? And they look nothing alike. Exactly, Blue Honey Pot. They look nothing alike. And he's like, Pat wasn't even there yet, right? So he says, but I found the entire request and the entire thought process of what they were asking for to be crazy. So I got Matt Morgan on the phone, and Matt did know what they were saying factually didn't happen. Now, guys, this part's important. So when I look up Matt Morgan, Trump campaign. So Matt Morgan was the general counsel for the actual campaign. Now, this part's important. This part's important because do you remember how I told you that the campaign never argued actual like fraud in court? The campaign argued that rules weren't followed, that observers weren't allowed, but they weren't actually arguing election fraud. So listen at this. This is Matt Morgan, the general counsel for the president's campaign in 2020. And Eric Hirschman calls him on the phone to say, hey, Sidney is saying that Google Nest were used for Venezuela and Hugo Chavez to change votes in the election. And Matt Morgan, who is the attorney for the campaign that has been arguing in court about all of these things, said, no, I know for a fact that's not true. So for anybody out there that doesn't get it. Matt Morgan is the lawyer for the campaign. And that lawyer for the Trump campaign in 2020 would be the best person to be able to say yeah or no, and probably the most likely person to say it. Like if my campaign is claiming election fraud, the lawyer for my campaign would be the person that would know that evidence exists. Does that make sense, you guys? Everybody following me on that? That lawyer would be the person to know, yeah, that shit happened. And instead, he said, Eric Hirschman said, I'm calling Matt Morgan right now. And he said, and Matt did know that what they're saying actually, factually didn't happen. You know, the president won the county that they were claiming was completely fraudulent and flipping the votes. Like, these people are so out there that they don't even realize that the county that they are arguing, he actually won. So it couldn't be fraud on behalf of Joe Biden and election fraud if, in fact, Trump won that county. Like, it just makes no fucking sense. So he goes on to say, and then there was a national security argument. So I said, get Robert O'Brien on the phone, right? So things that I like to do when they talk about people is I want to see who they are. So if I do Robert O'Brien, I looked him up before for you guys, but I'm doing it again. He was the member of the United States President's Intelligence Advisory Board today. Today, that's who he is. But I'll show you. He's in the Trump administration, I meant. So he served as the 27th U.S. National Security Advisor from September 29 to January 2021. So imagine this. You're in this call. Hold on. Let me find the right deposition that I'm reading. Here it is. So listen, we're in this room. Hello from Coles. Love that. So listen, we're in the Oval Office, and now they're saying it's a matter of national security. And he says, fine, get the fucking national security advisor on the phone. Right? And he said, I don't think Robert could hear a lot because there was, by that time, it was full-blown screaming. And then Pat came in, and then Derek came in, and Derek unloaded some, which is kind of out of his temperament, right? And question, what was the national security issue for which Robert O'Brien was called? Answer, well, they were claiming there's a national security issue, and there was international interference and Dominion voting machines. And I thought, well, Robert would be the right person to address whether they had uncovered any of that evidence. Question, and what did Mr. O'Brien say? Answer, I don't remember the details, but he did not agree with Sidney. Question, it's been reported that Sidney Powell claimed that she only lost her legal cases because every judge is corrupt. Does that sound familiar to you? Answer, no. Well, I challenged her. I remember Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she was like, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost? Every one of them is corrupt? Like, even the ones we appointed? And that was it. Answer, I was being nice. I was much more harsh to her. Question, what did she say in response to that? Answer, yes. Question, did the president have a reaction to that? Answer, he was predominantly watching, and just listening to what was going on. And she would every so often turn to him because Patrick Byrne at some point stood up and he was dressed in a hoodie. I don't know what in the world he was doing there, and leaning in and saying, we're both executives, sir. We've both been CEOs. We understand this. So can you imagine the fucking CEO of Overstock.com showing up at the Oval Office late at night in a hoodie saying, sir, we've both been CEOs. We understand this type of stuff. And Eric Hirschman being like, dude, who the fuck are you and what are you doing in here? Can somebody get the National Security Advisor on the phone? Can somebody call the actual general counsel for Trump's campaign? Can we call actual experts and people who know what the fuck they're talking about? Which, guys, can I offer this to you? If there's anybody that you would think that would corroborate Trump's claims or Sidney Powell's claims that fraud had taken place, would it have not been the attorney that they hired for his campaign? I got you, Cam. Would it have not been those people? He said this dude was wearing a hoodie. I don't even know what the fuck he was doing in here. Right? So then he says, at some point, I made some wise guy comment about, yeah, Patrick and I also ran a publicly traded company. So for those of y'all who don't get it by now, Eric Hirschman is petty, right? So he pops up because remember, he ran a publicly traded company. He was like, yeah, Patrick and I, we both ran publicly traded companies. We understand this. He's being a smartass. And he says, and I didn't have the problems that you had because I heard the overstock issues were pretty well known about the problems that he had in his role. But he was leaning in like entrepreneur, to type of comments. Question, it's also been reported that Mrs. Powell and General Flynn told President Trump that the Justice Department and the FBI were both corrupt and couldn't be trusted. Does that sound familiar? Answer, it sounds familiar. That's crazy to me. We are sitting back now, and the President of the United States is being told by Sidney Powell and General Michael Flynn that his own Department of Justice can't be trusted, and that his own FBI cannot be trusted. So in other words, anyone that doesn't go along with this outlandish, wild, crazy bullshit that we are telling you somehow it can't be trusted. They're the liars. If they don't go along with this crazy ass scheme, despite what the evidence says, they're the liars. Right, Crystal. Question. It was publicly reported that President Trump several times, hold on, y'all, I'm choking. It was publicly reported that President Trump several times said things to the effect of, you guys are offering me nothing. These guys, meaning Sidney Powell and her team, are at least offering me a chance. Does that sound familiar? Answer. I don't remember him saying that. I mean, I remember it being more like, Flynn turning around and screaming, you're quitting, type of crap. And to me, it was kind of shocking. Some of these people I had never seen before in my life, and they had no idea what was going on. And here they were telling the president, that people around here didn't fight, for what we thought was right. But as I told you, by this stage of the game, I had a pretty good understanding of what factual allegations I thought were supportable and which were not. And I thought this was pie in the sky type of stuff. It's also the explanation for idiotic. I mean, Derek at one point challenged her, saying that they couldn't spell district correctly. They had all these iterations. She gave some idiotic explanation. I remember the president making some comment about that. So Eric Hirschman is saying exactly what Bill Barr said. He's saying, listen, we looked at every allegation and every claim that was made. Appreciate you, Jenny. Right? We looked at all of them. And we knew which part of these could be supported and which ones could not. And this Dominion voting machine, this changing vote shit was bullshit. It was silly. It was fake. It was dumb. It was outlandish. He's saying the same thing. And do you know what's crazy? This is the one that they're sticking with, because everything else, like, they already know it's not a thing. They have literally gone with, this is the only thing that sounds crazy enough to be plausible. Right. And it cost Fox $785 million. And let me tell you something. Oh, Patriot News, it might get their asses in a minute too. Patriot News, the people that made that video today, claiming that shit about the voting machines, whoever's running that in their mama's basement, about to be shut the fuck down, probably. Like, real talk. Real talk. Whoever's basement they made that shit up in, they about to get got. Because Dominion ain't fucking around. They done told y'all, leave them alone. Okay? So he says, question. It's been publicly reported that at some point during the meeting, President Trump orally appointed Sidney Powell to be special counsel. Does that sound familiar? Answer, no. I think it was like she was saying, you have the authority to do all this. And he was like, along the lines of, he knew he had the authority. Question. Okay. And at some point, did Mr. Giuliani join either in person or by phone? Oh, Sandy said there's a gold box at the corner, and if you claim it, you can become a super fan, and it's been gifted to you. So you don't have to pay the $9.99 a month. It doesn't matter. They still don't want they still don't want their stocks to tank. It doesn't matter. You know? It says Liberty Vote is who acquired Dominion voting systems. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, that's his name, Colleen. All right. So, here we go. So, listen. Which, again, for me, yeah, Carla, I don't know. I've had some shit going on. It's all right, though. What's up, Miguel? Okay. So, let me finish, because I got like 40 minutes. Okay, question. At some point, did Mr. Giuliani join either in person or by phone? Answer. The first part of the meeting in the Oval was without Rudy being there. And I don't think Mark was there either. Mark being Mark Meadows, right? Lena just became a super fan. Appreciate you, Sandy. It says it was just myself originally for a while, then Cipollone, which is Pat Cipollone, and then Derek. Morgan was on the phone for a bit of the time, and then Robert O'Brien was on for a bit of the time. We broke, which means the meeting broke, right? We broke the meeting. And then I called Meadows. I think he was at home at that stage and said, get in. And I said, get in here, right? Because I go, Mark, I wouldn't call you this late at night. You know, these people are crazy. And then I called Rudy and I said to Rudy, you know, I didn't know, but I hear you're a dumbass. And Sydney says, you don't know what the hell you're doing. And you're just a dumbass. And you don't know what's going on here. And I thought, I worked Rudy up enough to say, if I were you, I would get in here. And I think there's going to be another meeting. And then Rudy came in. So just imagine they're in this meeting, right? General Flynn is yelling at Eric Hirschman. you guys are quitters. You guys are quitters. And Eric Hirschman was like, bitch, do you know who I am? Nuck if you buck. And then General Flynn deciding he didn't want to nuck because he knew about that buck, right? So he sat down. And then you have Sidney Powell saying to the president, hey, you have the authority to make me a special counsel. You should make me special counsel because I believe that Google Nest and Hugo Chavez and Venezuela, they somehow infiltrated Dominion voting machines and they changed the election. And you had the president going, I know I have the authority to do that. But I mean, you guys don't offer me anything. Sydney's at least giving me a chance. Why don't you guys have anything? And then Eric Hirschman was like, what the fuck is going on in here? Somebody get Pat Cipollone. Somebody get Robert O'Brien. Somebody get the National Security Advisor because none of this stuff is happening. None of this stuff is happening. Like there's none. All of you guys are batshit crazy, right? And then you have the Overstock.com guy going, Mr. President, we're both CEOs. We know how to handle these things. And Eric Hirschman saying, you know what? We both ran publicly traded companies, but I understand the shit that happened at your company was like worse than mine because, everybody knows about yours. Like my shit went really, really well. And then, right? They're like, let's just take a break. And so Eric Hirschman says, I'm calling in reinforcements because the crazy is still up here. And I don't think these people are going to go the fuck home. I think the crazy is going to continue. So he picks up the phone and he calls Mark Meadows. Mark Meadows is at home. Oh, those are cute, Coco. Appreciate you. He calls Mark Meadows and says, bro, I would not call you at home, but the level of crazy that is happening right now in the Oval Office is wild. And you need to get your ass in here. Like for real. I know. It's late at night and I would not call you. So you know that if I'm calling you, shit is for real. Right? And then he calls Rudy and says, hey, Rudy, I didn't know this about you, but you're a dumbass, bro. I mean, according to Sidney Powell says you're a dumbass and you don't know what you're doing. You don't know anything about the election. You don't know anything about the case. I mean, bro, if I were you and somebody was talking about that shit about me to the president, I would be in here, Rudy. If I was you, Rudy, I would get in here because Sidney is talking mad shit about you to the president, Rudy. And Rudy came in. Question. And was there another meeting? Answer. There was another meeting in the residence. Question. And who was there for that meeting? Answer. Meadows came. the same group from Sydney's team. Now Rudy and Meadows were also there. Derek, Cipollone, and myself. Question. And the president? Answer. And the president. Question. So why did the first meeting stop and then the second meeting start? Like if it was largely the same group of people? Answer. I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, it was, them telling us, stuff that we're telling, or I'm telling them to shut the fuck up. And I mean, it was just really unprecedented. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. Oh my gosh. Dana Dew just grabbed a super fan. I think Sandy is gifting them. So big W Sandy. And it says, oh my God, can you imagine that the yelling in the Oval Office got so out of control, they had to take a break from the meeting and then pick it up in the residence? And then he goes on and he says, I mean, you've got people walking in. It was late at night and it had been a long day. And what they were proposing, I thought was nuts. The theory was also completely nuts, right? It was a combination of the Italians and the Germans. I mean, it had different things that had been floating around as to who was involved. I remember Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. And then she has an affidavit from somebody that says they wrote a software in and something with the Philippines, just all over the radar. And it was completely inconsistent with what Rudy was his overall theory was. Whether Rudy got to proving it didn't matter. There was nothing like this stuff. So at a certain point, when we had a break, then Mark came in, and then we were over in the residence, and Rudy came. And it didn't take much, gasoline to get the fires going again. Like I said, Eric Kirschman is petty. He said, let me just pour a little gasoline on this fire. Them coals are still hot. They still smoking. It ain't going to take much. And so this is what he said. He said, I took this opportunity like as soon as I came in. I was like, Sydney, why don't you tell Rudy what the fuck you just said? That he's a dumbass and he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Tell him, Sydney. And I started screaming at Sydney to tell Rudy. And Rudy was like, what's going on? Like, I'm laughing, but it's not funny. Like, I'm laughing because it is crazy to me that in the residence of the Oval Office, in the residence in the White House, right? Cindy said another superfan is up for grabs. You have Eric Hirschman saying, hey, Sydney, why don't you tell Rudy what the fuck you just said about him? Go ahead. Tell Rudy you called him a dumbass, Sydney. Go ahead. Right? And Rudy going, what's going on? What's going on here? What do you mean? I'm a dumbass about what? I know I had dye running down my face, but that doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. Just because I don't know how to use hair dye doesn't mean I don't know. Becky said she doesn't see it. I don't know if somebody else grabbed it. I'm just saying, right? Katrina grabbed it. I don't know how it's showing up, but Sandy says when she does it, it's like a little gold box or something. So he says, oh my gosh. There we go. She said, look to the upper left. It's red and gold. I don't think there's one right now. Subs can't see it because they're already subscribed. So if you don't see it, that means you're already a super fan. No, when Sandy gifts it, a little box pops up. She said it's there right now. Is it by my finger somewhere, Sandy? Linda said she can see it. Where? Somebody tell me where and I'll put you said yes, it's by my finger. I pointed right at it. Look at me. It says it unlocks in 20 seconds. So that in 20 seconds, somebody can grab it. On the other side, what? It's a treasure chest. Not me reading comments. Now, it says now. It says now. Shit. Okay. It's gone now. Okay. So it was fast, I guess, because somebody clicked it. Yeah. Micah said it's been opened. There you go. Yep. Perfect, red hot. It says Jenny Mac 207 got it. Appreciate that. Big W Sandy. All right, here we go. All right, let me finish this part, you guys, so I can get here. And Rudy was looking like, what's going on? And the president wasn't happy with the tack I was taking, but Rudy then took on Sydney. So Trump wasn't happy that Eric Hirschman was getting Sydney and Rudy to turn on each other. And he was like, but oh well, because now Rudy Giuliani took on Sydney. And then at some point, General Flynn and Mark Meadows went at it. And Mark really, really laced into him significantly. So apparently Mark Meadows is going the fuck off on General Flynn. And then Sydney wanted top secret clearance. We discussed SF-86s, which that's the application that you have to file to get a security clearance. And he said, so then we discussed SF-86s and what you would have to do. Eventually it was late. late at night when it ended. And I think by the next day or whatever, like by Monday, it was announced that Sydney was no longer part of any Rudy team and she was out. So I had thought while it was painful to get there, the result was correct. So Eric Hirschman's viewpoint was, we got Sidney Powell's crazy ass up out of here with all this Dominion voting shit and Dominion voting fraud shit and all of that. And now we're at least stuck with Rudy handling things in court about rules not being followed and things like that. And he said, so in Eric Hirschman's mind, maybe that night was really painful and crazy and all of that, but at least they got the crazy out. He thought Sidney Powell was completely out. Question, who made the decision that Sidney Powell would be off the team? It's right up under, guys, it's right over here. Answer, Rudy announced it. I presume he did it in consultation with the president, but it was, I think like the article said, what's his name wrote, Swan wrote, doesn't have every detail, but it summarizes enough of what actually transpired. So question. So my understanding is that the public announcement to the effect that Mrs. Powell was not affiliated with President Trump's legal team actually came out in late November, following the November 19th press conference about Dominion voting machines and things like that. Was there any statement to the effect during the December 18th meeting that Ms. Powell wasn't on the team or that she answer? I remember there being, after this meeting, it was clear Rudy put out something. There's 1 minute left. So you can, Sandy said there's 1 minute left and then you can grab it. So you can grab it after 1 minute. And Rudy put out that Sydney was gone. So it's right over here, guys. Oh, thanks, Aline. And it's like a little treasure box. So question. Okay, so answer. At a certain point, the timer, it is, you have to click the timer and then wait. There's 20 seconds. Click the timer that's there and then wait. So here's what it says. Answer. At a certain point, it wasn't clear to me any longer whether Rudy and Sydney were coordinating with each other at all. I mean, Sydney's theory and coming into the Oval without Rudy and unscheduled was pretty unbelievable. Question. During either of those meetings, the one in the Oval or the one in the residence, was there discussion about the joint session of Congress on January 6th? No, they don't, coolest mom ever. That's correct. Answer, no. Question, was there any discussion about the role of the vice president? Answer, no. Question, was there any discussion about convincing state legislatures to adopt the Trump electors instead of the Biden electors? Answer, no. Question, so how did the meeting end? Answer, I don't remember the exact details, just a lot of yelling and screaming at everybody and really having it out. And then saying, you have your position. And Pat and Derek and I were definitely on the same page about it. Question, do you remember roughly what time that meeting ended? Answer, it was late, probably after midnight. Question, let's look at Exhibit 19. And then before that, can I just briefly ask, question, other than what we already laid out, was there any discussion about what the election challenge strategy more generally should look like following that meeting? Answer, no. It's just, I thought most of the time Sydney was carrying the Dominion allegations. It may have been Sydney and Jenna or others that were arguing it, but I don't believe it was really Rudy's focus at any point. Question, at the end of the meeting, or at least at the time that you left the meeting, did you have a clear understanding about what things were going to be moving forward and what wasn't? For instance, was it your impression that Mrs. Powell was going to be appointed special counsel? Answer. Got you, Sandy. No, I didn't think there was any chance in the world after that she was going to be appointed special counsel. I think between Meadows, myself, Pat Cipollone, Rudy, Rudy was completely on our side at a certain point. Question, well, maybe let me ask it another way. Did President Trump make clear at any point during that meeting that wasn't going to happen? Or was that something that had to be ironed out afterwards? Answer, it was pretty clear to me it wasn't going to happen. Once I thought I made it Rudy and Sydney against each other, I couldn't convince him of going with Sydney. I don't think he knew Sydney that well. And obviously, he'd known Rudy for years. Question: was there really any consensus on any approach by the end of the meeting as far as you could tell? Answer: I think it was clear that the Dominion side of it and what they were presenting literally made no sense. I mean, just the coordination that she was talking about, different jurisdictions across different countries and tracing it and doing all this stuff, that every judge in the country is corrupt who didn't rule in her favor. And, the voting machines tied or they're being interneted and net service. It was ludicrous. Forgetting that how in the world did you gather all this information from all over the world in certain communist countries and get access to their servers and all that? I had done cases like that, and that does not happen. No matter what your access is for an extended period of time, if you ever get to it. So I thought that her entire theory was just nuts. Question: did you stay until the end of that meeting? Answer: I think at some point, Derek, Pat, and I left while there were still people in the room. Question: were people on Sydney or Rudy's team still in the room when you left? Answer: I think, Mark Meadows was definitely still there. And there was no question in my mind that Mark was 100% on our side. Mark had chewed Flynn out significantly. I mean, really put him in his place. So I had no doubt that Mark was not going to let Sydney get an appointment into this role. And it was clear that Rudy didn't want her doing it either. So we left. And then it had been a long night. Question: do you know if Rudy, Sydney, and that crowd left before or after you? Answer: they left after us. Derek, Pat, and I were the first to leave. Question: okay, but Mark Meadows was still in the room with you when you left. Answer: yeah. Question: Mr. Hirschman, tell us more about President Trump's participation in the meeting. Was he asking questions? Was he making observations? Was he sort of focused? What was his sort of focus of the conversation? Just give us a little more flavor about how he participated. Answer: most of it, he was listening. He got upset with me when I was getting Rudy against Sydney. Question: what did he say? Answer: Eric, why are you doing it? I mean, I was just screaming back. Why am I doing what? Why am I doing what? Oh my God. Eric Hirschman is screaming at the President of the United States in the office. Donald Trump is saying, Eric, why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? And Eric is saying, why am I doing what? He said, I said, Sydney, I just want you to tell him what the fuck you just said. Tell him. Tell Rudy he's a dumbass. He doesn't understand what he's been doing until now. And I knew Rudy long enough that was never going to fly with Rudy. And the president was upset that I had, played that card at a time. And candidly, I was tired. I had it. Question: yeah. So would you characterize him at the beginning of the meeting as genuinely receptive to the arguments that Powell and Mr. Flynn were making and that over the course changed? Or give me a sense as to what you could tell, if anything, about his own view of the veracity of these allegations over the course of the meeting. Appreciate you, Tori. Answer: I think when they first came in, he had no idea what to expect. I mean, what they started talking about, I was just sitting in the back. And I was like, okay, let me just see what's going on. And then let me just see what they're going to say. I don't think he had any expectation that this was such an enormous demand or request, that initially I think he was just listening, like, what are they talking about? And then, they were saying, you have the authority. You can do this. You can waive, a security clearance. You can give us authority to do whatever, right? And so he was just listening. He didn't provide any support. The only comments I remember him making were, it was embarrassing how their filings had misspellings. And, that Derek really went in after them after how embarrassing their filings were. Yeah, I got you, Sandy. Thanks. Just crazy. I just y'all, I believe, and I mean, I don't have anything to say this for sure, but my heart believes that the intelligence departments and the national security departments of our allies and our enemies have all read this stuff. I just really do believe that. And if I really do believe that, I just think about what position we are in globally. If our allies and our friends have read the fuckery that I'm reading to you right now. Question. I mean, it sounds like when you heard this, to you, it was patently ridiculous. I'm just wondering if to the president it was. Did he seem to think it was similarly ridiculous, or was he more open to the prospect? Answer. I don't think he conveyed one way or the other. I think he just listened predominantly, And I don't think he at any point really seriously entertained, I'm going to put Sydney in charge and let her do these things as special counsel, even though he recognized he had the authority to do that. Question. Well, is it fair to say that he wasn't convinced or hadn't conveyed a position at the end of the Oval meeting because it continued? I mean, it was obviously still a live discussion during the interim between the two. The story is cute, isn't it, Tori? So he says, answer, no. I think that Sydney, listen to this, they wouldn't leave. He said, I mean, this is after the meeting. I spoke to the head of Secret Service detail. And I said, listen to this, y'all. Eric Hirschman said, I told the head of the Secret Service detail they cannot be allowed back in. They can't. You've got to block them from coming back onto the campus. And I said, put them on a do not enter list or whatever you have to do. And I thought it was a given that they were never coming back. And then at some subsequent date, they had figured out a way around getting through. And I think it was someone in Peter Navarro's office had waved them in. And then we found out that they were wandering around trying to get up to the residence. So I don't think it's that as much as she wasn't going to leave. And then we had the subsequently Mike Lindell, the pillow guy, somebody got him in and he was carrying around like documents that Sydney had given him. And I remember Pat Cipollone coming to me and asking me to deal with the pillow guy. And I was like, no, you deal with the pillow guy. Can y'all just see how fucking crazy this is? You've got Pat Cipollone, White House counsel, saying to Eric Hirschman, can you come get this my pillow guy out of the fucking White House? He's carrying around documents that Sydney had. And Eric Hirschman saying, hell no, I got Sydney blocked from the White House. You deal with Mr. Pillow Guy. And Eric saying, no, I already told General Michael Flynn, knuck if you buck. Like, it's absolutely astounding that this is happening in the White House. Question. And Mr. Hirschman, all of that you're just describing then, through Navarro's people coming back, was that between these two meetings on December 18th? Or is that a subsequent occasion? Answer, subsequently. I'm saying that I thought it would have been over. And they realized they weren't going to get this when we were having it out with them. But they didn't leave, right? They were hanging around, right? And I think the president was getting tired. So, okay, they're going to reconvene. And I was like, all right, let me get Mark to come in, right? And getting Rudy in, which I thought was a way to ensure that he and Sydney would have it out in front of question. Okay, yeah, but again, it just seems like the president was at least willing to continue the conversation. It's his house, right? He's the one in the residence that admits this and tolerates this ongoing discussion. Is that because he was still uncertain about the outcome between the Oval meeting and the residence meeting? Answer, no. I can't explain why he gave as much time as he did, but he did. I don't think that's what he was thinking, like, oh, I'm going to do this. I mean, it was at a certain point, it was clear he didn't have even, obviously, he's the president of the United States. And their screaming was going on. There wasn't going to be control done over just how they were behaving and our reaction to it. I mean, Derek Lyons is pretty mild-mannered, and he unloaded on them. Pat's pretty mild-mannered, and he unloaded on them. It was significant screaming, and the president kind of watching the craziness that's going on. And then, you know, when Meadows came in, I mean, when he came over to the residence, he really, really tore into Flynn. Question, I understand that. But did he ever at any point, either the Oval meeting or the residence, make clear his decision? No, we're not going to do this. No, Sydney, you won't be special counsel. No, we're not going to seize voting machines. Did he ever say that in a declarative way? Answer, I don't remember whether he said it in a declarative way. It was clear to me that when this was all done, and this was ours, this was not going to happen. You know, that much I would tell you. I don't remember a declarative statement, but it was clear when we were done, this was never going to happen. Sidney Powell was not becoming some special counsel, no matter what happened. Question. So it's your sense, even though there hadn't been a declarative decision expressed by the president? Answer. What's up, Miss Natasha? Yeah, that was my impression. Question. Okay. Answer. He was not going to do this. Question. Was there ever a discussion, whether that night or at any other time, about appointing anybody else to be special counsel to look into voter fraud? Answer. No. I mean, to put it in context, we put them, listen to this, we put them on like they can't enter the White House complex, period. They're not allowed on campus. And some way or another, the next thing we knew, I get a phone call. Hey, Sydney is wandering the halls trying to get up to see the president when the president clearly was not going to see her. And they made it. And as I recall, incredibly, up to like a valet who was there. And at some point, it was like, get them out of the building, and they wouldn't leave. And eventually someone had to come and tell them to get out. But I mean, don't know what words to use to describe that behavior, but that's not rational conduct in my view. Thank you, Carla. Listen, I just really want you all to understand this. So do you know what that tells me? Like, I'm listening to Eric Hirschman, and I'm listening to Eric Hirschman say that he and Pat Cipollone and Derek are doing their best to keep the fucking crazy out of the White House. They're okay with legally questioning the election via court. They're okay, right, with legally pursuing those claims in court about rules being broken, but they're not okay with the fucking crazy, right? And if they aren't okay, if the White House counsel and the White House fixer is not okay with the fucking crazy, who was in the White House that was okay with the crazy? Because they were letting them back in. Somebody was letting them back the fuck in. So you have two different groups of people, the outlandish and whatever, right? But you have the full-blown, anything is fucking go to make this happen. This crew, for me, is not, yeah, I know Peter Navarro went and told everybody the whole plan. I know, I got his shit pulled up too. But my point is this, you all, I don't, how do people not understand? I think about this even now, and I don't know if it's the military in me or what, but I think about how close we came at the end of the last term of losing this experiment that this country is. And how even sane minds within their group couldn't keep out the crazy. And those systems are no longer there. Like, if I could read the rest of this in time, I would, but I don't have the time to do it. Because here he's getting ready to tell you about January 6th and how crazy that fucking day was, and how he went looking for Ivanka because nobody could get Trump to issue a statement or a tweet to get people to leave. He literally was like, where the fuck is Ivanka? because he's the fixer and Trump's not even listening to him. So he's like, I got to go get the only other person I know he will listen to, and that's his daughter. And so literally every fiber of my being is asking you all seriously, as people, as citizens of this country, do we not understand how crazy this is? And all of the people that we had, the first administration, to at least rein in the real fucking crazy, none of them are there anymore. There are no Eric Hirschmans. Even Ivanka said, I ain't doing this shit again. Like those people, the Pat Cipollones, the Derek Lyons, those people are not there. They have a full collection of loyalty people. He didn't do that on purpose. Heritage did that on purpose, Lisa. He didn't do that on purpose. Heritage did that on purpose. Heritage is who lined up all of these fucking people. We have adults in the White House. We just have adults with a fucking really scary agenda. Let me grab my shoes. And it's really important for people to get that. I really, 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 really want people to get that. Who gets kicked out of the White House? Who gets told by Secret Service, you cannot come? Yes, Heritage Groom JD. Yes. Heritage and Peter Thiel. But yeah, I know. So listen, I have 5 minutes to put on my shoes. That's why I give myself that 5 minute. Okay. But I need for you all to really understand nobody's there anymore. Can you imagine being brave enough to be kicked out of the White House? And it's in my link tree, Lisa. Can you imagine being kicked out of the White House by Secret Service and then being bold enough to walk back up in that bitch and just be walking around with documents trying to get to the president? Can you imagine? Do you know how certain you have to be that you're not going to be held accountable? Do you know how certain you have to be that you're not going to prison forever and ever? I think you've got to be pretty fucking certain. You know? It's crazy. So I have to get the babies. Today is the day that I have to get the grandbabies off the bus. And and then I have to clean up because we had our house like birthday party for Mila last night, and y'all don't want to see it. Everything is trashed. So I have to clean my house, and tomorrow's her actual birthday party, her party. I will attempt to go live again, maybe later on this evening. Maybe I will do that and get through the rest of this document because I have other ones that I have pulled up. I'm not really sure if I'm going to be able to do that or not. I have a birthday cake to make. I have birthday cupcakes to make. I have all of that stuff to still do. So yeah. Okay. But I really want you all to, so first of all, feel free to go to my link tree and share the link. If people want to see the Roger Stone documentary, the link is up there. I'm doing it on the 13th. We'll do it, Tori. I will do it. Yeah, she's going to like one of those little kid jump and play places. And so it'll be her with maybe five friends. So like her sister, her cousin. Anyway, it'll be a small group of them. So I'll get them their little, you know how you do it. Like they get one of the like jump and play and then arcade games or whatever. They'll do that. And so she turned 5 and she's super excited about it. But no, I appreciate you all. Sandy, you kicked ass. And shut up, Coco. Just go register, girl. I really do. I appreciate you all. The reason I think this is so important, I really want you all to read the transcripts, to watch the video testimonies, to really understand and be able to have fact-based conversations, because we have 2 things to plan. 2 things are reiterating the truth about this country and where we are, and then the truth about how we get to where we're going. That's crazy, Witch. Her package is still in Florida. What the fuck? But seriously speaking, we've got to be about the business, you all, of making clear what it's going to look like. What will this country look like in just 10 short months? 10 short months, you guys. 10 short months. We will be on our way to something completely different. We will. We will have a Democratic majority in Congress. We will be holding members of this fucking cabinet accountable. We will be closing the loopholes that have been exposed in our systems. We will be shoring them up as sure as you speak. And that has to be the work. So listen, I'm all for prayers and faith and all of that, but let me just tell you something. We got to be about the business of doing the fucking work. If you're on TikTok, jump up there, make sure you claim your points, please. Click this little heart, claim your damn points, because I got to shut it down, okay? Look and find out when your primaries are. Run for office, make things happen. Because I'm going to tell you what, folks, I'm not waiting on the DNC to figure out how to message and talk to people. We don't got that much fucking time. So we're just going to start doing it ourselves. Okay? We're just going to start doing it ourselves. All right? Love you, mean it. I am out of here. Peace.